to get the entire nightmare cleared up, and now her family is officially debt-free. Listen, Xander's Identity Theft Protection is the best option out there. They have all the cyber tools and monitoring services you need. They cover all types of ID theft, and they even include up to $2 million in stolen funds protection. In the end, though, you need an ally, someone on your side to take over the work and fix the problem. That's what Xander is all about. Go to Xander.com to learn more or call 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And new today, the Maricopa County Department of Public Health confirms its first measles case of the year. We're told it involves an adult county resident who traveled overseas and ultimately required hospitalization. And they also tell us the person was not infectious at the time of travel. The department says it's working to inform anyone who may have been exposed. Those who have been vaccinated should be protected. We'll have more on this throughout the afternoon. More protests in Minneapolis after another immigration-related shooting by federal law enforcement. The shooting happened when two bystanders attacked an agent with a snow shovel and broom handle while trying to arrest a Venezuelan immigrant, according to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey condemned the federal government for creating chaos and urged his city to not add to it.
For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping. And you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place home.
On Truth Social this morning, President Trump announced he will invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy troops if the protests continue.
Eyes on education.
The Cartwright School District in West Phoenix has used a 4-day school model for years. But now that's changing.
The district's governing board voted 3-2 to revert back to a traditional 5-day schedule. According to Superintendent Steve Watson, not all the teachers are on board, with 950 out of 1,600 responding to a survey about the switch.
We had roughly 60% of those who responded to the survey said that they would either not come back or consider not coming back for next year.
Watson says teacher vacancies are anticipated, but the switch also means more employees will be considered full-time and will receive benefits. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. Police say a burglary suspect killed a man and then moved into his Phoenix home without removing the victim's body.
The victim was 57-year-old David Jimenez. He lived near 51st and Southern Avenues in Levine. After neighbors didn't see Jimenez for several days, they called Phoenix police for a welfare check. Officers responded on Monday and found his body in the backyard. Police then set up a perimeter and contacted the person inside, 18-year-old Xavier Johnson. After an extended barricade, Johnson left the home and is now in custody with a bond set at $1 million. Police say he admitted to shooting and killing Jimenez while burglarizing the home in December. Allegedly, he's been living at the home since. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
The Arizona Attorney General's office has opened an investigation into reports that X's artificial intelligence chatbot, known as Grok, has been used to generate and distribute potentially illegal and harmful content, including images of child sexual abuse. AG Chris Mays says technology companies cannot turn a blind eye when their products cause real-world harm. She's asking anyone who may have been impacted to file a complaint with her office. Arizona has a new poet laureate. Governor Katie Hobbs appointed Dr. Laura Tohe, a storyteller whose words the governor says reflect the heart, history, and hopes of our state.
As poet laureate, Dr. Tohe will continue Arizona's tradition of creativity and help inspire the next generation of writers.
The award-winning poet and writer is a professor emeritus of English at Arizona State University, where she taught for 24 years. She previously served as poet laureate of the Navajo Nation from 2015 to 2019. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today up 293 points at the close. The S&P rose 11 and the NASDAQ up 59. If you need more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And we're going to check on traffic right now. Here is Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And you know what, Becky? Things are looking pretty good on Valley roads right now. No major slowdowns out there. A crash and surprise at El Mirage Road and Paradise Lane. Otherwise, as I said, things are moving about pretty freely, at least early this afternoon. Traffic brought to you by AMCO. Stop ignoring the warning signs on your dashboard. Get your car ready for 2026. Google AMCO to find your nearest location today. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
We could hit 80 today, 53 the overnight low, and around 77 for tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. And right now in Phoenix, it's 75. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hall of Famer Becky Lynn scaring the bejesus out of us today. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. That's very nice.
Why is that?
Oh, you opened right up with, measles is going on.
Oh, measles.
That's wonderful. Thank you
I didn't know
so
if it
much
was
for
that story or the guy who broke into somebody's house, killed the guy, threw him in the backyard, and moved in.
No, I don't care about that.
Ooh, that was the story.
Pablo and I are on the same page on that. Like, once I'm dead, what do I care? Yeah, take my TV. What am I going to do with it? I'm a corpse. I'm rotting.
And they both think
I'm
they're
worm
old,
food.
Becky Lynn, and they're ready to go, too.
Yeah, so I can
So
see.
ready.
Yeah, well, measles is out there, so maybe that'll
There
catch
is
up.
a chance.
I would rather not itch my way to the grave. You know? Just, how did he go? Oh, he scratched through himself. That's what I don't want. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we'll have more on the measles story throughout the day.
All right. Well, I hope that we don't have more measles. I don't like that.
Yeah. What do you mean we'll have more on it? Like it's spreading, or
Well,
like
that's
we have
what
an update on patient zero?
We'll hopefully have an update on patient zero and see what else.
Who was hospitalized, correct?
Yes.
That's last we knew.
And it traveled.
Well, thanks for and it traveled. See,
internationally.
That's what worries me. Things spread.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's kind of how measles works.
Measles spread.
In the air.
The flu's been spreading.
Yeah.
You know, I know Becky Lynn's on the upswing here. She had the cruds.
God, you're a borderline germaphobe over there. All worried about, I don't want to get sick.
No. I mean, I don't want to get
It's
Who wants
all
to get
about
sick?
you.
I don't want to get sick, but it's, it
It's a
happens.
fact of life.
It is. I don't like it, but it happens.
You just sniffled.
I
You
did.
are sick, aren't you? Uh-huh.
I'm going to sneeze on your face. That's what's going to happen.
You so clearly had siblings.
Sneeze on your
'Cause
face.
You just go to like the meanest. Like, I'm going to sneeze on you.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll show you how sick I am.
You didn't have siblings. Nobody ever sneezed on your face, and you just run your mouth.
No, I can't.
Just wait.
Say what I'm going to do to you on the air.
Oh, it's close. It passed. But the next time,
you're going to sneeze on my face.
It's going to be a high zinga all over you. That's what's going to happen there, bucko.
Oh, that's the best thing that could ever happen to me.
So I just see things spreading. I see things, we had measles in Texas, we had measles in Nevada, measles in northern Arizona, now measles here.
Yeah, had it all over Arizona, and now it's in Phoenix.
We had the flu breakout elsewhere. Arizona's actually been doing better as far as flu cases go than many other states in the nation, which is good. It also concerns me because just like COVID, remember how it was like this state would have a spike and these other ones weren't.
You're concerned about the flu?
I'm concerned about
I feel like that's a yearly got to deal with it.
I'm concerned about things that spread.
Oh.
Like protests.
Oh.
Hey.
You worried you're going to catch that?
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
So we saw protests in Memphis. We saw protests in L.A. We saw protests in Portland. We saw protests
Chicago.
Great point. Yeah, all over the place. And now the protests in Minneapolis. Minneapolis, a very blue city.
Mm-hmm.
Very blue.
Yep.
Can I make the argument that while Arizona may be a purple state, most of the state is pretty red?
Yeah, I was having this conversation yesterday with a KTAR employee, and I said, that's in part why I'm not super worried about it.
Except
here.
In order to be purple, you have to have a heavy dose of blue somewhere.
I said, I feel like Arizona definitely leans to the conservative side, and I said it's either 55-45 or 60-40.
Totally.
Yeah,
totally agree with you.
It's not, there are parts of Arizona that are 90-10.
And more of an Old West libertarian right-wing lean, too.
Yeah.
Excuse me. However, in order to be a purple state, you have to have heavy blue concentrations. I think we can agree Flagstaff is one of those.
But I also think even those heavy blues here are not hardcore blues.
I don't know that that's true.
Yeah? You think like Flagstaff is like a San Francisco?
I mean, what's the name of the peaks?
What's the name of the peaks?
in, what's the name of the peak in Flagstaff? Pablo, you want to jump in?
San Francisco.
Thank you.
San Francisco Peak. I've never heard that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Pablo, come get your hose.
I haven't.
This guy. Unbelievable.
San Francisco.
How long you lived in Arizona? And you didn't know that it's the San Francisco Peak in Flagstaff?
No, and I've been up there a few times to Flagstaff.
Okay, well, while you say it's not San Francisco, it's literally San Francisco.
I'm going to shut up. You talk.
Okay, so here's the deal. You've got heavy blue concentrations. Let's say Flagstaff, heavy blue. Pretty liberal, okay? That's going to be your...
You got the San Francisco Peak up there. You know it's deep blue.
Now you know what I'm talking about. Very good.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's kind of your that's your university town. Fair to say?
Yes.
It's your resort, your mountain town, your university town.
Definitely.
These are consistent themes, by the way, across the country. When you're in mountain towns, they tend to be far more hippie liberal. In the same way that I would say that most of Arizona is more old rancher libertarian conservative, your mountain towns are going to be very hippie liberal. Think Bisbee.
Okay.
Very hippie liberal, right?
Sure.
Phoenix, however, is going to be more of your progressive liberal. And I'm going to argue with you that, yeah, we do have a very heavy... Tucson's got a very heavy concentration. That's going to be very much minority liberal. Does that make sense? So you've got, say, civil rights liberal, equal rights liberalism.
I love how you're characterizing these cities, these areas. I like this.
I'm generalizing,
no,
but I also think there are different
you're wrong.
factions within these different ideologies.
Yeah.
So in conservatism, you've got evangelical conservatives, right? You've got, I would say, retired conservatives concerned about things like Social Security and obviously the future of the country and the kids these days. You've got your business conservatives, right? There's different pockets are going to be very popular. More evangelical conservatives, East Valley, more business conservatives, Scottsdale. Is that... Again, generalization, but is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. You're going to have more of your minority liberals, Tucson area. We definitely have that going on in Phoenix as well. But you're going to have your artsy-fartsy hippie liberals in the mountain areas. You don't have quite as much of that, but a little bit here. Okay.
A lot more of that in Sedona.
I think you've got your progressive liberals, your more policy-oriented liberals are in Phoenix.
Okay.
That's going to be the people that we see right now holding statewide office. Your Hobbs, your Fontes, your Mays. They're more policy-driven liberals. Okay? So as a result of that, I think, and being a border state, I think we are ripe, and we've heard rumors about ICE having a newfound destination in Phoenix, specifically in the Valley.
No, we've talked about hundreds, thousands of ICE agents potentially coming to the Valley at some point.
And
I haven't seen it.
I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that is because we're going to go to the Valley. The Valley is where when we say the Valley, they're not going to Chandler. I mean, they might have some people in Chandler, but I don't think that's going to be the focus is going to be Phoenix, South Phoenix, Central Phoenix.
I think the focus, I feel like a lot of the ICE operations that have taken place over the last few months are happening in places where it feels like retribution almost.
Agreed.
For, hey, you didn't vote for the president, or you didn't do something that the president wanted, and it's retribution. So, yeah, I mean, Maricopa County, pretty evenly split. Wouldn't shock me to see, ICE show up here and, target certain businesses.
Right, and if you take a look at the different zip codes and their voting histories, I think those are the places where we're going to see the majority of people. As
Far
you said,
more likely in Guadalupe
yes,
than in Ahwatukee.
Exactly my point. Good. It only took me 8 minutes to get there, but I finally was able to communicate.
I told you I was going to shut up.
No, I just appreciate that I was able to finally get my message across.
Yeah.
I'm going to take blame on that.
Hey.
I'm a professional communicator.
I'm going to go to the San Francisco Peaks this weekend. Check them out.
This guy.
Yeah.
Pablo, come get your host.
Yeah.
What worries me, though, is just like the measles spreading. What if all of a sudden the protests start spreading, and then not only the protests, but the escalation in the protests starts spreading? Because we saw some things happen in L.A. We saw some things happen in Seattle. We saw some things happen elsewhere. Chicago, like you said. We saw somebody get shot in Minneapolis. I mean, we saw it. There's video of it, right? I mean, we saw that. That's terrifying.
Another person last night.
So that steps up the animosity. People who don't like what ICE is doing, who may have been sitting on the sidelines, may now be engaged. People who were already ready to take to the streets are now even more angry than they were before. So what happens in Phoenix? Now, the president says he's going to invoke the Insurrection Act. So there's going to be hell to pay. And this is happening. Look out. We're going to rain down authority on you. So we've really got a standoff going on right now where you've got protesters that are saying Get out. You're creating havoc where we don't need havoc. And then you've got a president who says, I'm not backing down. That's a sign of weakness.
Well, you've got city leaders who called for ICE to get out, too.
So what happens when you have an unstoppable force meeting an unmovable object?
Something gives.
At some point.
Or it gets explosive.
And I'm afraid that may spread to Phoenix. Really? That's my concern. Well, that's my worry about it.
Well, I understand concern and worry.
If he's able to enact the Insurrection Act.
Mm-hmm. And I would say, having lived in the Valley 20 plus years, hey, I've seen a couple protests get, beyond what I would classify as peaceful, but I feel like the Valley in general does not go the way of a Chicago, does not go the way of a Minneapolis, doesn't go the way of a Portland.
Yet.
That's
my concern. Yet.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So our why today, why is invoking the Insurrection Act a whole lot easier to tweet about than it is to actually do? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, there's Becky Lynn. She's got today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Sentencing today for a Chandler woman accused of financial fraud and animal cruelty. April McLaughlin received a 3.5-year prison term after early entering guilty pleas to felony charges. She had been accused of stealing $160,000 from her elderly mother's bank account. The animal cruelty charges were tied to the discovery of dozens of dogs at her home in Chandler in 2023. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We're expecting a high today of 80, 77 right through the weekend. We're at 78 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today. Why, my friends, is invoking the Insurrection Act as the president has threatened a whole lot easier to tweet about than to actually do. And a shout out to Buckeye, too. Thank you for being a part of the show in Buckeye.
Another one of those
shout out.
More conservative areas of the Valley.
Sure, and I think that happens in every metro, where the further you get into the suburbs, the more traditional conservative it becomes, more policy-driven conservatism it becomes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty normal. Joining us right now is our KTAR News legal analyst, Barry Marks. And Barry, the Insurrection Act, probably not something a lot of us are well-versed in, so we called in the expert here. When I hear we're going to invoke the Insurrection Act, I don't even know what that means. I mean, so I could bing that, but I'm lazy, so I called you instead. What is it? If the president says I'm going to invoke the Insurrection Act, what does that mean? And is there a criteria to invoking an act like that?
Yeah. So what it means is it allows the U.S. president basically to deploy active duty military or to federalize the National Guard as domestic law enforcement. So they can come in to suppress a rebellion or to enforce federal law if state authorities can't do it, or to protect constitutional rights. It's an override to the Posse Comitatus Act, and is really the only way that U.S. military is allowed to be on the streets in the United States and to be used against or with U.S. citizens. So it's very rare that it's utilized, but it can be, if the president invokes it, then he can do it.
So Barry Marks, our KTA, our legal analyst, you made mention you can use that if there's an insurrection or a rebellion. How do we define that? Because that feels like something that's pretty open-ended.
Yeah, and the language in the insurrection, it's very vague, frankly. So, I mean, generally it's supposed to be used if a state governor requests help to suppress it. So, for example, the last time it was used was in 1992 in Los Angeles during the Los Angeles riots, and the California governor asked for help. So that's mostly when it's used. It can be invoked if there's unlawful obstructions or rebellions making the enforcement of U.S. law impossible through the normal law enforcement means. It can also be used if the president determines that it needs to be used to put down domestic violence or conspiracies that hinder the enforcement of federal or state laws. So it allows the president, and because the terms are so vague in the law, it just says the president has to say there's an insurrection or that there's domestic violence, but it doesn't define those terms. So, for example, you could see it here in Minnesota. Could President Trump say that there's been domestic violence, that federal laws cannot be enforced, that state law enforcement is either unable or unwilling to enforce it. There's enough here. I would argue there's enough here for the president to do it. Now, the courts may disagree, but the president can do it based on the vague terms in the law.
Barry, what gives you a sense, KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson joins us right now. What gives you a sense that there is enough here for the president to do it? You said it's vague. Is it as simple as the overnight protest that we saw that turned somewhat violent? What makes you think there's enough here?
Yeah, I mean, you had really, I don't think there's enough here to invoke the Insurrection Act. So I don't want to tell you that I think there's enough here to do that. Is there enough here for President Trump to claim there's enough? Yes. He's going to say that we need help enforcing federal laws. Now, I think it's important to note that to date in Minnesota, nobody has been charged with hurting a law enforcement officer or law enforcement agent yet. That may change now after what happened last night with the shooting. And I know the assailant there was supposedly assaulting officers. But that actually hasn't happened yet. So I don't know that this has risen to that level yet, and I don't know what the courts would do with it. But what I'm saying is the way the law is written, it's very vague. And the courts have generally given the president a lot of leeway when dealing with things like this, especially when the law itself is vague. So it almost never happens. It's not fought generally. If President Trump invokes it here in Minnesota, it'd be interesting to see what the courts do with it. But in the meantime, I think you would see National Guard and potentially active duty military in the streets in Minnesota. I don't think this is a good idea. I think it's going to create more separation in the country. And I think that the president has not used it yet, although he talks about it a lot, despite over the last year. But I think in some ways he wants to use it.
Barry, what is the role of the courts? You keep bringing up the courts may not agree. The courts may not agree. What is the role of the courts in something of this nature? And then I'd love to ask you this question about basically every legal topic we discuss. What does a timeline look like as far as courts taking action if he does say, let's bring about the Insurrection Act? I'm assuming that would be challenged within the first 10 minutes. How quickly would the courts act?
I would assume that the state of Minnesota would file a lawsuit, and maybe even the city of Minneapolis would file a lawsuit against the federal government and ask the court for an injunction to stop the president and say that there is not grounds to impose the Insurrection Act, given the facts on the ground there. We've seen something somewhat similar to that. That's when it's occurred in California, in Portland, and Chicago, where lawsuits were filed by those states and cities. And in those cases, the courts have ruled in favor of the state and city and against the federal government in most cases. So there could be a situation where the lower courts could find that there's not enough here to support this act to be utilized. But that's what I expect to happen. How fast? If it's filed as an injunction, generally that occurs quickly. The courts will give each side a chance to brief it, and then they'll have a hearing. But for a temporary injunction, it could occur relatively quickly, and then more time to allow evidence and even an evidentiary hearing on a full injunction about whether that could happen. And then, of course, there's appeals to the Court of Appeals and eventually to the Supreme Court, where this would likely go if it's fought.
I should also point out, though, that those cases that you're discussing in Portland and in Los Angeles, while ultimately they did rule in favor of the states or the cities, it did take them a few months before there was a final ruling on that.
Yes. And in the meantime, there'll be troops in the cities and the streets of in Minnesota and Minneapolis.
Right.
So that's fascinating to me, Barry. Unpack that a little bit more then. So Chicago, October 2025, LA in June of last year, like Chris just mentioned. So National Guard shows up because the Insurrection Act has been declared. And then a few months later, the courts say you got to go home, and then they just roll on out.
Yes. I mean, that's it. I mean, you could theoretically argue that I don't know how many, President Trump could say there's an insurrection or rebellion, put the troops there for 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Doesn't need Congress to do it, anything like that. Yeah. Okay.
No. And then pull everybody out. He could pull it out even before there's a final decision of the court. So it's a lot of power given to the president for that. It's been used sparingly. It's been used, I think, 30 times in the last 220 years in our country. But it's something that President Trump talked about using in his first term. He's talked about using it now in his second term. It's a definite flex of power, and to use it. But it is. We have to understand, we're getting so used to this sort of thing now. The idea of putting U.S. military in the streets of the United States to use against citizens of the United States is unheard of in the history of this country, except in an instance of war where we're actually being invaded by another country, or where a governor says we need help. That's it. So to have a president invoke the Insurrection Act here and put U.S. troops on United States streets in our own cities and towns to use against our own citizens, it's something we should all be cautious about and concerned about.
Overnight clashes between protesters and federal agents in Minneapolis have the president posting on social media, potentially warning that he may call for the Insurrection Act. Barry, last one real quick here. You mentioned posse comitatus in that act. That's like the opposite of the Insurrection Act, right? Can you explain that very briefly, what that is?
Yeah, that's a law that says you can't use military as a law enforcement act, that it doesn't work that way. It prohibits using the U.S. military for domestic policing. That's not what we are in the United States. So this is an exception to that law. And again, is rarely used.
KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson, thank you so much.
Thanks, Barry. Appreciate it, man. So let's do this. Pablo, will you dust off the phones here? Let's see if we can make those things work. Anybody check to make sure they still work? We pay our bill?
We'll find
we good on that? All right. 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. It's a very Joe question today. Scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you with things getting out of hand when the protests start in Phoenix? 602-277-KTAR. Scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you when with things getting out of hand when the protests start in Phoenix? 602-277-5827. 602-277-KTAR. Chaos in other cities. Phoenix usually skips the multi-night meltdown. Why desert protests cool off faster than what we're seeing for the heat and the frozen tundra is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. So a few years back, I had to sell a house. And so I found a realtor. He was working in the neighborhood. He was selling another house. And I thought, well, this guy knows what he's doing. And I said, will you list our house? And he did. And we had a couple of showings, and then nothing happened. And my wife and I had to get out. So we ended up going to one of those iBuyers. And boy, we took a bath. Now, we got out. We didn't have to do any repairs. That was nice, but we took a bath. What if you could have the convenience and the cash up front of an iBuyer, but you also got the dedication, the professionalism, the insight, the knowledge, and access to the tools of a bona fide realtor? That's where Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program works in your favor. You buy your next home first, and then you move into it right away. Then you kiss the old one goodbye. You don't have to pack twice. You don't have to move twice. You don't have to try to organize things on a calendar. None of that. Orchard gives you cash-backed options up front. So you have cash in hand to go buy the new home. Then the pros step in, and they work on the old house. They do the fixings. They do the cleanings. They get the most for your money using the most advanced tools available. A professional Orchard agent takes over and takes all of the stress off of your plate. Miracle workers, really. Find out what your home is worth today, and don't mess around with any of those iBuyers or some lackey realtor that doesn't know what they're doing. Go with a pro with a free home valuation. Start at Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan joins us. If ICE comes to Arizona and causes chaos, what are you going to do?
It's the same thing that we do when we police ourselves. I'm not afraid to do that. I am a firm believer that we will always do the right thing.
So if you see ICE doing the opposite of keeping the peace, Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is going to act.
That is my duty as your elected sheriff.
Even if it's against ICE?
I don't care. The sheriff will be there.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hello, I'm Dr. Davis Romney, a radiation oncologist at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast cancer specialists offer expert oncology care, ensuring you start your personalized cancer journey within 24 to 48 hours. You can trust Ironwood for compassionate, specialized cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today.
At Ironwood Cancer and Research Center, innovation meets compassion, outsmarting cancer one patient at a time.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gatos sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. After the first measles case of the year is confirmed in Maricopa County, health specialists are pleading with residents to get vaccinated. Dr. Nick Staub is the chief medical officer with the Maricopa County Health Department and tells KTAR this case, as well as an outbreak last year, can be directly tied to a decrease in vaccinations overall.
In some communities, that immunization rate has fallen well below what is considered to be protective, which is 95% of individuals being vaccinated in a community. That would give that community herd immunity.
Staub says herd immunity prevents measles from being transmitted if a case does occur. KTAR eyes on the economy. The Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill has passed the state legislature. State Representative Justin Olson says it will deliver more than $1 billion in tax cuts over 3 years.
And I think it's important to note that we have a state budget that is in excess of $17 billion. This is a $441 million tax relief package.
Governor Hobbs said in a statement yesterday, if Republicans want to give a $1 billion tax break for the wealthy, they must show how they will pay for it without slashing vital services. Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take action on the legislation today. President Trump said Wednesday he was going to watch the situation in Iran before ruling out any U.S. military action in the country.
The White House says all options remain on the table for U.S. action against Iran. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences.
Asked how close the president was to launching strikes against Iran on Wednesday, Leavitt would only say the president continues to closely monitor the situation there. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Let's get a check on traffic in the
This
Valley
in
Chevy Dealers
Minneapolis,
Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia. Little technical difficulty there. We'll pick up Enrique and get a look at the traffic in just a moment. In the meantime, weather-wise, we're looking for a high today of 80 and then an overnight low of 53. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, right around 77 degrees each day. Currently in Phoenix, we're looking at 75. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and in this new world of ICE demanding to see your papers, should we all start carrying around our passports? Yep, we're here. It's a new world. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, we started 4.
Looking forward to that show. Chris and Joe show now. KTAR News on air, online, KTAR News app, and on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where I was corrected. I was told it's not the San Francisco Peaks in Flagstaff. It's Humphreys Peak. But then if you just simply bing San Francisco Peaks, then...
Comes up in Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, yeah. So, maybe it's just a difference of how we learned those different things.
There you go.
I'm down. I'm down with whatever. Not going to argue about that. We asked you, after watching what's going on in Minneapolis and the president threatening Insurrection Act, which would mean basically telling the military, go in and enforce the law.
You bring in the National Guard, yep.
And I would assume that would look like National Guard going in to break up protesters so that ICE can do their jobs.
Saw this play out in L.A. and Chicago last year, and then the courts overruled and said, nah, we're not going to have that happen.
And I would say that what happened last night, which is, according to reports, ICE was trying to serve a warrant on someone who was suspected of being here illegally, and that person fled. And then as ICE was trying to chase them down, protesters then attacked the ICE officer with a snow shovel and a broom, and the ICE officer ended up shooting the individual who he was after in the first place. That person then went into a home, and then they ended up pulling that guy out.
Mm-hmm.
So it shot him in the leg, I should say, too. And I got to tell you, that feels like a whole lot different story than what I saw with the original shooting. Because in this case, you have an absolute, indisputable physical assault. If they're hitting him with shovels and a broom and things like the guy's under assault.
It's different.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Other people are arguing over whether or not the car was trying to ram that officer that ended up shooting the woman on the streets. That's an argument for a different day. But I would say that what we saw last night, it's far more indisputable.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a result of that, we asked the question, a scale of 1 to 10, it's a very Joe question. Scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you with things getting out of hand when the protests start in Phoenix? 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-KTAR. Start us off in Phoenix. Dave, you're first up, my friend. Good to hear from you.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's great to be on the show.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. It's great to hear you. Scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you?
11.5.
Wow.
You guys are missing the overall issue. You're talking about a shot heard around the world type possible situation. You got Walsh saying he's going to mobilize the National Guard on one side. You got Trump saying he's going to pull the Insurrection Act game. Now you got armed guys on both sides. A lot can go wrong. Quick point for you. 31 times, according to your last guess, someone's pulled out the insurrection card.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 40-some presidents. That's 60-some%. And all 4 guys on Mount Rushmore sent troops in against the governor's wishes in the states they sent them in, starting with the Whiskey Rebellion in McMillan and George Washington.
Wow.
So to dispute your guess, I'm sorry, he's dead wrong. Most recently, you had LBJ sent in troops against Michigan's governor during the 68 riots. And let me ask you, do you think Governor Wallace down in Alabama, when a little colored girl wanted to go to school, you think he wanted the troops down there? Or you think Kennedy sent him in anyway, which was the right thing to do, by the way?
No, he did. Also, most recently was the LA riots.
Thank you so much for the call, Dave.
That.
We
Thanks,
appreciate
Dave.
you weighing in. And so most recently was George H.W. Bush, LA riots in 92,
yes,
I believe.
Yeah, Rodney King riots, yeah.
What did I say?
No, you're right.
I say
The
LA riots?
after the
Rodney King.
Yeah,
beating.
verdict. Yeah, exactly. To Joe in Phoenix. Joe, scale of 1 to 10. Any concerns about things getting out of hand in Phoenix?
I'm not concerned about. Hi, thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I'm not. I grew up here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not concerned about ICE coming here or that. I'm concerned about the people who want to go crazy to disturb the peace for the other 90% that caused the problem in the first place. I don't understand what's wrong with, hey, if they stop you, get out of the car. Hey, if they what are you doing that they're stopping you? So, it's so frustrating because this whole thing has gotten completely out of control, in my opinion. But
yeah, I hear you, Joe.
You're a bad guy. You don't want people. It's like we all can carry guns in Arizona. Good for us. And we do.
I hear you, Joe, and I agree with probably most of your sentiment. My concern is, what if you got stopped? If somebody just pulled you over and
get out of my car.
But you didn't do anything, and so now you have somebody who's going to come over there just going to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, your day shouldn't be inconvenienced just for being Joe.
Wait a minute.
No,
hold on, real quick.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, so one of the things that they have to tell you, if you get pulled over, they love to do this. They go, do you know why I pulled you over, right?
Trying to have you give them the probable cause.
Right, but if they pull you over, they have to have probable cause, right? So if they pull you over and they go, well, Joe, I think you're here illegally, what would be the probable cause that would lead them to believe that you are here illegally?
That's a really good question, in which I would hopefully somebody would say to them, why do you think that? I mean, isn't that really what's happening? Isn't that what people would argue? Yeah, I mean, isn't that what people are arguing is happening in other places, is that people are being stopped? We are seeing examples of U.S. citizens being stopped. And then you would hope that someone would say, why would you even think that? What are you even doing? Right? I think that's where the concern is. I think there's a lot of agreement. Instead of me hanging my head, instead of me trying to run the guy over with my car, how about, I don't know, what am I doing that's such a problem, or why do you have probable cause? I mean, there needs to be some kind of only the bad guys are going to fight this. You know that.
I don't know, Joe, because suppose you say, why are you stopping me? And the officer says, why are you even questioning that? And you go, because you have to have a reason to stop me. And the officer goes, boy, you're being really cagey now. Right? I mean, all of a sudden things get out of hand real quick when you have these two sides and you go, I didn't do anything wrong, and you know you didn't do anything wrong, and the other person keeps pressing you. At some point you feel cornered.
And we have seen examples.
I appreciate the call, Joe. Thank you so much. Good talk.
We have seen examples of people who are in the United States legally who are being hauled off to jail. We've seen a number of indigenous and a number of others who say, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. And I asked Pablo right during the break as we were coming back, I said, Pablo, how worried about this are you that something's going to happen? Yeah. And Pablo told me, like, I'm not worried I'm going to be deported. Pablo knows he's freaking native Arizonan. He was born here.
So he says.
But no, seriously, Chris, he was. But still, Pablo, said, hey, yeah, I'm at least a little concerned that they could definitely make my day pretty crummy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And for what reason?
Exactly.
What's the probable cause?
The probable cause, I'm guessing.
What's the reasonable suspicion?
What do I think it is, or what would they say it is?
What is?
Well,
what
I'm
would
thinking
be the reason for pulling Pablo over?
They would say Pablo's skin color is what I think that they would say. What is it really? I can't say because I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't they even got to have like
and the last time
some
Pablo
sort of cause?
Yeah, they're supposed to.
A broken tail light. I don't know, something.
And in
like
the case of ICE, they're supposed to have a warrant, right? An arrest warrant that goes, look, we approached the courts. We said we suspect this person of being here illegally, and then they detain that person. Then you go through the process. That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Hey, a new episode of
But that takes time too.
Of the AZ Political Podcast just dropped this week. Jim Sharp sits down with former Arizona Cardinals kicker Jay Feely and his run for Congress. Watch today's episode on the KTAR News YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll get more of your phone calls here, 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. You hear mass deportations in a campaign rally, and now polls are starting to turn. What looked like a winning issue suddenly sliding in public opinion. Why immigration is going from political strength to political weakness. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
It's Gatos, and I've been telling you how great Aria Dental Implant Center is. But don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Legislative Republicans have passed the Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill, which looks to deliver $1 billion in tax breaks over 3 years. It eliminates state income tax on tips and overtime, increases the child tax credit to 25%, and allows working parents to deduct child care expenses. Governor Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take action on that legislation today. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Looking for a high today of 80 degrees. Overnight low 53. We're going to be right there in the mid-70s through the weekend. And currently checking the temp in Scottsdale, it's 76 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting your home year after year, do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. First, the good news. Deaths from overdoses are way down in the country, but not in some places. Guess which one we are? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News YouTube channel. We'll find out why it's so daggum hot in the valley here for January. We shouldn't be hitting 80 degrees. My air conditioner kicked on. I took off for a little lunch break today. My air conditioner kicked on.
You also put it at like subarctic.
No, I mean in my car. I just have it set at like 72.
In your car. I thought you were saying in your place. Okay.
That was ridiculous. I don't like that. Yeah, it got me thinking about what's going on in Minnesota, too. You realize that the high on Monday in Minneapolis is -2? So all these protests that we're seeing, like you have to layer up to go out there and argue with ICE. Or ICE has to layer up to go out there and argue with protesters.
Pretty dang dedicated to the cause.
What happens when it becomes more temperate? I got to believe the cold weather is actually keeping some people on the sidelines. In the same way that protests in Phoenix in the summer, it's 120 degrees, nobody's protesting at noon.
That's exactly what we say. Not a lot of people want to go out there when it's 110.
No. They wait until the sun goes down before they start protesting and then throwing bottles and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when summer rolls around, which is usually high time for protesting? I have genuine concerns about this protest lasting all year long.
But right now, we're talking with you. Scale of 1 to 10. How concerned are you things are getting out of hand when the protests start in Phoenix? Elle in Mesa. What do you think, Elle?
Yeah. First, let me say thanks, guys, for having me on.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. As far as being a brown man here in the state of Arizona, I have great concern because around here you could probably get stopped just for driving for being brown.
Let me ask you, Al. One of our callers just a few minutes ago said, "Well, what do you have to worry about if you're here legally, Al? You're here illegally, I presume. So what do you have to worry about?"
That's just it. You have to worry about driving while being brown.
Yeah.
Just simply the color of your skin dictates, what these guys want to do, and to think that they're going to have enough common sense to do it the right way. Well, you see what's been happening in other states. That I'm sure it's going to follow. I'm a fourth generation Arizonan. I'm from these little small mining towns here in Arizona, and I take pride in being here. My family was here, and this was Mexico. So I don't know anything about Mexico. Other than visiting a few relatives when they would die or something, But other than that, that was it, all of my family, my father's side and on my mom's side, we were all born here in Arizona. And my grandparents, my great-grandparents, we all come from these small mining towns.
Yeah, sure. You've been here for 4 generations, a lot longer than an ICE agent who was just sent in after training in Virginia for a while. It's got to be terrifying. I get it, buddy. Thank you so much for the call. Let's do Alex. Alex, thank you. Whoa, Alex. There we go. Oh, that sounds better. Are you there, bud?
Yes, how are you?
Hey, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about things getting ugly in Phoenix?
Probably about a 9. We're not Minnesota. We have guns here, and I'd like 3 things to happen. I'm not wishing for it, but the only way to depose of this orange Hitler is, 1, there's bloodshed in Arizona. Number 2, we actually attacked Greenland. and then we have to fight our own allies. And Congress might then, therefore, actually do their job and depose that orange pedophile king.
All
That's
right.
what I'm hoping for.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
That escalated quickly.
Well, I wanted to ask Alex, but I didn't want any more
There was no corralling.
off-color comments. I'm curious, was he suggesting that guns in Arizona make it better here or worse here?
I think.
How did you take that?
So the way I take it is that
Because I think that could have went either way.
Well, it would give law enforcement pause before they
that they might be pulling up to someone who is armed.
Yes.
Oh, and that's a good thing.
Well, I don't know, good or bad. It's just
It's
what
a
it
thing.
is. I think it's fair to say that a large number of people on the roads.
It's not New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also don't know. I think the further away you get from downtown, the truer that is.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, it's not like in Minneapolis, they're not all deer hunters. Right?
No.
I mean, you're talking about Minnesota. Joe, you and I grew up in Michigan. You grew up in a city in Michigan. Not everybody had a gun on them all the time, but it certainly wasn't unusual to have friends whose dad had a gun cabinet.
Of course.
Right. So I hear you. I hear you. And I do think it complicates the issue a little bit more when you have a number of people who are exercising concealed carry in Arizona, including people who you might suspect of being too brown to be here.
But to your point, it's the Second Amendment. It's the United States.
Oh, I'm not saying take it away.
No.
It just gives them pause.
But again, to your point, you could have it in Minnesota. You could have it here in Phoenix.
Yeah, totally. Guys, great calls. Thank you so much. Feel free to continue the conversation on the KTAR News YouTube channel. We've got the chat is open right now, and it's, what do they say, popping off? It's popping up. It's popping.
It's popping.
Okay, it's popping. Very good. All right, well, we're popping in the chat then. Hey, you remember winter. It was short and sweet. We're getting ready for the warm-up, and either the calendar's lying to you or there's still some cooler days to come. Maybe. You'll find out what you can expect next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the House, an Arizona tradition since 1988.
Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the House.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, not sure what's really in our water? Because right now, at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, get a water quality test for just $26. Yep, Paul Calvisier 2026 means a $26 water quality test from Day and Night while it lasts, so we know what we're drinking, cooking with, bathing in. Book your water quality test today at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. Again, that difference is day and night with a $26 water quality test at dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
A West Phoenix school district is switching back to a 5-day schedule, and it could mean teacher vacancies.
The Cartwright School District voted 3-2 to revert back to a traditional 5-day school schedule after using a 4-day model for years. Superintendent Steve Watson says the district is anticipating teacher vacancies after a recent survey showed 60% of staff would not return or consider not returning if the switch was made. Parents like Eric Rogers were concerned about that, asking the board to pause the decision.
Who is accountable if you do not get the results that you think you're going to get? This is where democracy is beautiful. It also could be really ugly when our elected officials refuse to listen to the community that elected them in the first place.
Rogers says this vote could result in more teacher burnout in the district. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solutions stories at ktar.com/education. More protests in Minneapolis after another immigration-related shooting by federal law enforcement. The shooting happened when 2 bystanders attacked an agent with a snow shovel and a broom handle while trying to arrest a Venezuelan immigrant, according to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey condemned the federal government for creating chaos and urged his city to not add to it.
For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place home.
On Truth Social this morning, President Trump announced he will invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy troops if protests continue. After Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado met with President Trump at the White House, she made her way to Capitol Hill for additional meetings. And on her way out, a group of reporters asked her if she gave her Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump. Machado previously said that she would share her prize with the president, who expressed disappointment that he was not awarded the prize. The Nobel head of communications has said that prize cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred to others.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Sentencing today for Chandler woman accused of financial fraud and animal cruelty. April McLaughlin received a 3.5-year prison term after entering guilty pleas to felony charges. She had been accused of stealing $160,000 from her elderly mother's bank account. The animal cruelty charges were tied to the discovery of dozens of dogs at her home in Chandler back in 2023. A man charged for trying to open an exit door on a plane in midair and then attacking the crew is heading heading to prison.
24-year-old Mario Nick Prelage from Michigan was on a SkyWest flight last summer from Omaha to Detroit when prosecutors said he refused to put on his seatbelt, began disrupting the flight and interfering with the crew, poking a flight attendant in the chest, threatening to kill the flight attendant, and then he tried, they say, to open the emergency exit door near his seat. They say he pushed the 80-year-old flight attendant and continued threatening to kill him. The plane made an emergency landing in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Nick Prelage now being sentenced to 18 months in federal prison and 2 years of supervised release. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline now with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's January 15th, and back on this day in 1974, the American sitcom Happy Days premiered on ABC.
Sunday, Monday, happy.
Created by Gary Marshall, starring Ron Howard as Richie Cunningham and Henry Winkler as Fonzie, they soon became household names. The pilot was based on a character played by Ron Howard in the 1973 film American Graffiti. Ratings initially declined during the second season, but the show was moved to a live audience format and Fonzie was given more lines. Fonzie became one of the most merchandised characters of the 1970s. The Smithsonian even asked Winkler to donate one of Fonzie's leather jackets. In its 11 seasons on the air, Happy Days is the third longest-running sitcom in ABC's history. Many celeb cameos made their presence known on the show, but none other than Robin Williams, making his screen debut during the 5th season as character Mork. Later we find out from the spin-off Mork and Mindy. And it all started when Happy Days debuted back on this day in 1974.
Also very important to know, for future reference, this is where we get the term jumping the shark, in case you wanted to know. Now, let's go to Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway, southbound transition. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Durango Curve / I-17 near 7th Street. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near the Loop 202 HOV lane transition. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at thewindowanddoorstore.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
53 for the overnight low temp, and then we're going to be right there in the mid-70s through the weekend. Sunny skies. Right now, it is 79 degrees in Peoria. Winter, where are you? Weather is brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you so much for being a part of the program. As always, it is an honor spending time with you on air, online, on the KTAR News app, wherever you might be listening and watching on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Still to come on the program, Joe is going to tell you what warm January means to him. What are we doing? Predictions today? We're doing predictions?
Yeah.
We're not doing the Old Morons Almanac today, though. This feels early for that.
No, but we could do some early prognostication.
Okay. All right.
So if we're morons,
so we're not putting it on. We're not putting it on paper, right?
No, we're like morons in May. So right now we're maybe
mini morons.
Well, it's like a friendly
morons.
Soccer.
Oh yeah. Okay, I like this. Yeah, it's spring training. Moron spring training. Okay.
Yeah, put your dunce cap on.
All right. Okay, I see where we're going with this.
Yeah.
I would like to cheat a little bit. You
would cheat.
That's
how you. You won or lost the Old Morons Almanac last time because you cheated.
I won. I would like.
You were the most moronic.
Well, you know what I did?
Cheated.
I listened to people who knew what they were talking about. I did some research on it. That's what I want to do.
So you cheated.
That's not. Yeah. You're the worst, Pablo. Come get your host.
Yeah, cheating.
So I asked Ian Schwartz. He's a meteorologist with Arizona's Family, and he's also a KTAR host.
Yeah, he filled in for you when you abandoned me the other day.
That was cheating. Yeah, that was you cheating.
No, you.
No, you.
I was here. I did my job.
Ian, do you see what I got to deal with every daggum day? I'm so glad you had to spend some time with this guy so that other people felt my misery.
Ian and I had a great time.
Unbelievable.
I don't want to be in this love triangle. I don't want the quarreling.
Yeah. You sound like Dad.
Too late.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, Ian, before I make my brilliant prognostications for the year, I wanted to get your opinion on why it's so daggum hot right now, because this feels Look, we shouldn't be seeing temperatures in the upper 70s nearing 80. This feels really odd for, second week in January?
Yeah, it has been really warm. Yesterday, we tied a record. It was 81 degrees was the record, and we actually got to 81 degrees. And if you remember December, very, very warm in December. I think we had like an 83 right before Christmas. Christmas was pretty warm with temperatures above normal. So it has been a pretty warm winter out there. And we get these stubborn ridges of high pressure, and the storm track stays way, way to the north when we see these warm temperatures. And this is kind of typical for La Nina years. And we're in a La Nina year right now. And so that's kind of what we expect to see. And it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's beautiful that we have temperatures in the 70s, and it's like, haha, Chicago, you're going to be in the 20s.
Right.
But then also, it's not snowing up north. So I kind of think of that as a meteorologist, like, hey, January, February are like our two best snow months, and it hasn't snowed a lot up there, and it's probably not going to snow for the next 5 to 7 days up in northern Arizona, when we could really use that snow as we kind of get closer to spring, and that snow production shuts down.
Chris, could you feel it? We're in a La Nina year.
Well, I just feel like La Nina must be an adolescent because she's getting real cranky here all of a sudden.
Talking with the AZ family meteorologist Ian Schwartz right now. Ian, how doomed are we for the rest of this winter? I mean, you just mentioned 81 degrees the other day, 83 around Christmas. Should I expect 90s in a couple weeks? What's up with La Nina?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, our average high is 68. So, to get to 90 would be like very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to say. I mean, the farther out you go with the forecast, the less reliable it is. So I would be foolish to tell you what I think is going to actually happen in a month. But some good news, just because we have a warm winter, that does not guarantee a blazing hot summer. Now, it's probably going to be blazing hot anyway, but there's not a lot of data that automatically links those two together. So don't panic yet, but we will see. Hopefully, we can get storms kind of swinging in here and kind of save the bacon when it comes to deficits, rain deficits or snow deficits. And we've had very cold Februarys before, where we've had freeze warnings and crops have been killed and stuff like that. So it's been warm, but we are not done yet.
So I'm a little disappointed you said that, because I thought I was going to corner Joe in our next segment when I try to con him into making outrageous predictions. How you can't read anything from based on, I'm going to call it the shoulder seasons. You can tell I grew up in a tourist town. The shoulder seasons, called the winter, doesn't necessarily tell us what's going to happen in the summertime. We're in a La Nina now. Is that? How long is La Nina going to last?
There's some indications that we will kind of get out of it and get into more of a neutral phase as we kind of get out of winter. To say what's going to happen, next winter. And for us, we're mainly concerned about it for the winter phenomenon, for these winter storms that we'd like. So it's tough to say exactly how, but there is, I think I was looking at like a 75% chance of getting out of La Nina and into more of a neutral phase. But, like I said, kind of with those longer term predictions, they're not slam dunks. I mean, we have monsoon outlooks where we think, yeah, it's going to be a great season, lots of thunderstorms. 2020 actually was kind of supposed to be a good season for storms, and then absolutely nothing happened. Maybe we had a couple of storms. So the farther you go out, the less accurate the forecast is. You mentioned child, La Nina being a child. Just a interesting backstory on how El Nino got its name. It means the boy. So hundreds of years ago, you had these Peruvian fishermen, and then they noticed that their anchovy harvest started to die off. And it happened every 7 or so years right around Christmas. And so they kind of named this trend. And it was all because they were seeing colder waters in the Pacific Ocean off of Peru. So these Peruvian fishermen would notice the anchovies just drop off. And that is because we see this colder water, with El Nino, warmer water right off the coast of Peru. And phytoplankton, they love cold, nutrient-dense water. And when you have those warmer waters move in during an El Nino, you see the anchovies, they don't have as much phytoplankton to eat, and so they kind of die out. So it's been kind of documented for hundreds or even thousands of years. So that's where they got the name El Nino, because it was happening during Christmas time for fishermen right off the coast of Peru.
That's
yeah.
really great.
So we're in the super interesting. But so we're in the opposite of that right now. If you want a wet, rainy season, you want an El Nino, because what happens with El Nino when we get those warm waters? Bad news for if you're a Peruvian fisherman, but better news if you want storms and a good winter snowfall in the Southwest, because what happens is during an El Nino, we get the jet stream to dip down and it allows those storms to kind of swoop in a lot easier. Now, the La Nina, good news if you're a Peruvian fisherman, bad news if you, run snowball or something like that, because we see the jet stream going way north and that storm track stays out of our hair and we get these big ridges of high pressure, like what's over us right now. And you get temperatures in the 80s. I mean, it's going to be almost 60 degrees in Flagstaff this week when they should be in the 40s.
I guess those South American fishermen are lucky that they weren't suspected drug traffickers, because we would have bombed the crap out of them.
That's right.
Well before we got any sort of weather predictions.
They'd have bigger problems than an anchovy harvest.
That's right.
Last one, and we'll get you out of here. Ian Schwartz, AZ family meteorologist and KTAR News fill and talk show host as well. I love when Chris gets the hate messages. Of course, you mentioned you don't like to make the irresponsible prognostications. Ian, I promise I will make sure nobody will email you or message you and be upset. If I asked you, February, how's it looking? It's supposed to be cold here in the valley. It's February in the valley. Can we expect to, you said La Nina probably will go away next year, but let's prognosticate a little bit for what the next few weeks and the next month look like. Are we going to get back to it normal at all, or is it going to stay toasty until we hit spring?
I mean, I'm looking way out. I'm going to drag this to
Get way out.
Way out. How far can you go with this?
Right.
Go as far out as you can go.
I think by the middle of next week, we will see temperatures get to the mid 70s, which is still hot, 8 to 10 above normal. Yeah. But maybe by not this Friday, but the next Friday, a storm system would try to swing in here and bring the chance for some rain.
But
that is more than a week away,
way
and
out.
a whole lot can change from now until then.
He got way out.
All right, Ian, you didn't give me the news I wanted.
Sorry, but I'm saying there's a chance.
Don't apologize, Ian. You do not owe him an apology. Don't do that. Ian Schwartz, AZ family meteorologist and all-around good guy, joining us here on the Chris and Joe Show.
Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it, man. Very good. Good.
Take care, fellas.
All right, buddy. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. You could take care of the greens. Is that what that means?
No, that is not what that means.
So, that's strange. Listen for the code word starting Monday on KTAR, and when you hear it, just text the word 620 620. Text the code word to 620 620. There we go. When you hear the code word, text that word to 620 620. There we are. And you will be entered to win tickets to go and mow the lawn.
No.
How do I get the code word?
What's that?
How do I get the code
word?
You have to listen. I know. I'm confused.
Are you going to tell me what it is?
No, on Monday we'll tell you.
Oh.
That's where you listen on Monday.
I like that Pablo follows my lead. We just hammer this whole thing home. So Monday there's a code word, and then if you get that code word, you could work for free for the WM Phoenix Open. You could.
Are you done yet?
You could rake the sand traps.
Are you done?
Greatest show on grass.
Okay.
And shout out to Phoenix. Thank you for listening to the Chris and Joe Show in Phoenix. We appreciate you putting up with our silliness.
Yeah, you going to do the other thing now, or is it my turn now?
The other thing?
Well, you got to say what we're doing next.
Oh yes, sure.
Gosh, man, Pablo.
Come get your host.
Just drag him out.
Sure, it's above average in January. So what? Last summer wasn't as bad as the last couple, but we still had one of the hottest years on record. You are going to get a very highly educated, nearly infallible, almost always good summer prediction that you can take to the bank. Next, in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Almost always.
KTAR's Hall of Fame caddy. Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is asking anyone who may have been harmed to file a complaint with her office after they have opened an investigation into X's artificial intelligence chatbot known as Grok. This comes amid numerous reports grok has been used to generate and distribute potentially illegal and harmful content, including images of child sexual abuse. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, northbound near Guadalupe Road. Mesa again with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound near Baseline Road. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway, eastbound, approaching the Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound transition. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $2.99 value when you start any testosterone program, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We are almost at our forecast high for today of 80, 79 degrees right now in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
It's Gatos, and in this new world of ICE demanding to see your papers, should we all start carrying around our passports? Yep, we're here. New world. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, we started 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live in the KTAR News app, where I'm reading some of the chat there, and people are they're telling you to write things down, Joe.
Only
down.
you would say that.
I didn't say that. Edward said that.
Hold on.
In the chat.
I will see.
He said, tell him to write it down.
Edward has said here. Hold on.
Write it down.
Come on, Joe. I didn't see him say write it down.
It's write it down. I told you so.
I didn't see that. You can remind him.
Willful ignorance. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. Anyway, you can get in on the show, be a part of it on the KTAR News YouTube channel and the chat that goes on there. So what does this mean? We've got warm temperatures now. Ian Schwartz, meteorologist from Arizona's Family and KTAR host, says everything's going to be cool it's going to be hot, I should say. It's going to be warm for another week and a half anyway. Mm-hmm. Maybe the end of next week we could see some moisture come back in, what we would call a storm, which means might have a cloud. And but don't think that necessarily means anything for the summer. What if we're making our infallible, almost always good, which is how Joe once described me, as if we're making these predictions for the summer?
I described it that way.
Almost always good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. How would you characterize summer 2026 and our far too early preseason predictions?
Well, Ian did also just tell us warm winter doesn't guarantee blazing hot summer. Mm-hmm. So I am thinking, do you have a specific category you want me to tackle here in terms of summer? I'm thinking
Do you think it will be?
I don't think we're going to set, records for the new highest high or records for, most days above 110 or 119
so
or whatever.
So I'm thinking back. 2024 was the hottest summer on record, right?
Yeah, I don't think we'll break that.
2025, you and I both last year, we made these predictions and some of it, and I was like, whoa, guys, the last couple of years were anomalies, and you were all like, oh, no, this is going to be brutal, which is why I was just very common sense, very rational human being, and I just made very reasonable predictions, and I basically swept the old Morons Almanac contest.
But 2025 did end up being the second hottest year in Phoenix.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And that is because of the winter seasons were hot. Like December, we had, 4 or 5 days that were over 80 degrees.
Ian mentioned it was 80, 83 the other day?
Yeah. We're setting records.
It's insane.
We're setting heat records in the wintertime.
I had to get on my Speedo. It was beautiful.
Don't ever.
I did.
So, your thoughts on the summer? I think will it be a top 10 hottest summer?
Yes, it will be because that's
top 5.
That's how we've been trending. That it will be. Top 5. I think we're right on that border. I think somewhere between 7 and 4, but not 1, 2 up in there.
All right. So I think the last 3 years have been the hottest years on record.
Yeah. Now I know.
Or maybe it was last year, the year before, and then 2020 or something.
You will somehow see. I feel like I won because I got the predictions wrong. So I was the least moronic. So I won.
Okay.
Yeah. You got closest to the pin. You were thus the most moronic.
Predict the monsoon.
How much?
Above average, below
precipitation?
average. Yeah.
So last year we ended
you want me to tell
right
you what the
about
average is?
Average, right?
We did, all because we got a
ton
just a
at the
deluge in
end.
the last 2 days of the
Yeah.
year. Otherwise, we were very dry last
Yeah,
year.
and I think, is that the one category that I ended up actually getting close to right? I think there was one that I did okay.
That might be it, yeah. Hold on, I'm going to pull up the old Moron's Almanac here.
I think the safe bet with the monsoon is less rain, not more rain. And last year, like
I
you
won
said,
that one.
ended up being more average than usual. But I would say it will end up being a drier year because I think as time goes by, we're going to trend drier, not wetter. And if last year, I think what was average is going to now seem exceptional.
You're wrong. You're
what else?
Completely wrong.
Uh-huh.
And let me just use some of my credibility. I was the person who got that category
Yeah,
right
and you
last
went to
year.
what?
Our guest.
Meteorological school?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So the average rainfall for monsoon season, 2.43 inches.
Uh-huh.
Everybody knows that.
Okay.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And I said it's going to be above average. But you had this recency bias where you said, oh, no, it's been dry the last 2 years. It's going to be dry again. And you said 1.7 inches. You were just terribly far off.
No, I was spot on until like the last 2 days.
Hey, man, game's not over until the final buzzer sounds.
I hate you.
And so I guessed above average. I was the only one on the team that guessed above average. I got that right. Thank you. You're welcome. I will
Okay,
take
so
my bow.
what about this upcoming year?
Above average.
Again?
Again.
Based on?
El Nino a coming, baby.
No, Ian just said it's La Nina.
La Nina's now.
Right.
El Nino a coming.
How do you know?
I do a lot of reading. I do a
You
lot of
don't
reading.
know about the Nino.
Odds are favoring, according to NOAA, the Climate Prediction Center says odds are favoring a hotter than normal summer. That would mean that your prediction might be on track as far as the heat goes. But what about the moisture? That's a big fat maybe. Like Ian said, there's a 75% chance, according to the Climate Prediction Center, that our La Nina is going to move out and we could return back to a normal weather pattern. However, I'd like to point out that El Nino, the boy, may be waiting in the Pacific to kind of spring his moisture on us. And if that happens, it could be a late El Nino, which means a bigger push in the monsoon late in the monsoon season again. So just like last year, it could be very dry to start. Monsoon season officially starts June 15th, if I remember my science right. Normally, we start seeing rain about the first, second week of July. Last year, we didn't get squat. And then at like the last 3 days of September, we got a ton of rain all at once. We could see a repeat of that this year. And that's why the infallible, almost always good prediction is above average rainfall this year based on my far too early prediction schedule.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan, Eo. You got nothing for me? There's nothing, no response.
I'm so perturbed with you. I have no words. I'm responding in the chat right now. I did get back to
Ed.
That's your pseudonym now, though. That's your pen name. I know that you use
Almost Always Good.
You use two accounts because you're now asking people.
Oh, I'm Edward.
Yeah,
Tell Joe to write it down.
Tell Joe to write it down. And then I'll make fun of him because he doesn't write it down.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Talking heads on the TV news love to amplify people's worries about World War III or asteroids or any other potential threat to all of humanity. It's good for ratings. It's not great for your mental health. It is fun, though, to occasionally ask about what if. The latest what if is next in our headline volley. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Ho, a fellowship-trained breast surgeon at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast surgeons collaborate with a multidisciplinary team to ensure the best outcomes for our patients. With appointments available within 24 to 48 hours, you can receive the care and support you need without waiting. Our convenient locations bring together all the services you need under one roof, making your journey less stressful so you can focus on what matters most, you. Trust Ironwood Women's Centers for your breast cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today for academic cancer care in a community setting.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy.
Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has been part of the Valley, helping families and communities live healthier lives. With 25 convenient locations, now is the perfect time to join with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus weekly fitness classes, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and state-of-the-art equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Mountainside Fitness. Lift local.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 18976.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
New year, new you, and maybe a new house look too. January is the perfect time to freshen things up, and the Arizona Painting Company is making it easy. Right now, when you mention Gatos, get 20% off when you schedule your painting estimate in January. Interior, exterior, whatever your home needs to start the year looking its best. Arizona Painting Company. Local, trusted, and known for doing it right the first time. Text PAINT to 620-620 to schedule your estimate today. New year, new look, new house feel.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows. KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Republicans in the Arizona legislature have just passed the largest tax cut package in the state's history. And KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the News Center to explain.
The Arizona One Big Beautiful bill looks to deliver more than $1 billion in tax breaks over the next 3 years. State Rep Justin Olson explains it eliminates state income tax on tips and overtime and increases the child tax credit to 25%.
And for the first time in Arizona's history, folks that have to pay for child care in order to go to work will be able to deduct the costs associated with that child care expense from their Arizona income taxes.
Olson says the legislation will apply President Trump's tax cuts to Arizona tax code. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Maricopa County's sheriff reiterating his job is to protect order and security in the county not to appease potential ICE operations and detainments. In a conversation to the Face-Off on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, Jerry Sheridan says the county's good about policing itself and keeping Arizonans safe. That said, he maintained that protesting ICE on the streets is less effective than pushing for change in state and federal law. You can watch or listen to the full conversation on the KTAR YouTube channel. New today, after the first measles case of the year is confirmed in Maricopa County, health specialists are pleading with residents to be vaccinated. Dr. Nick Staub is the chief medical officer with the county health department and tells KTAR this case, as well as an outbreak last year, can be directly tied to a decrease in vaccinations overall.
In some communities, that immunization rate has fallen well below what is considered to be protective, which is 95% of individuals being vaccinated in a community. That would give that community herd immunity.
Staub says herd immunity prevents measles from being transmitted if a case does occur. A man's been sentenced to 5 years in jail after pleading guilty to setting a fire at a Tesla dealership in Mesa last April. Federal prosecutors say 35-year-old Ian Moses was arrested at his nearby home in Mesa just a short time after that fire was set. 3 years of supervised release will follow his prison term. Let's check on those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near State Route 87. Mesa with a crash on the right shoulder again on the US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. And then Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 3rd Street. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low temp around 53, and we are staying in our unusually warm January mid-70s for tomorrow right through the weekend. 77 currently in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at home2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We have the latest on the potential for ICE operations escalating in Phoenix. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
All right, Chris, the federal government's Boeing E-4B. You familiar with it?
No.
It's called the Night Watch, a.k.a. the Doomsday Plane. It made an appearance at LAX the other day and sparked some online worry. The plane is built to serve as an airborne operations center for the president, the defense secretary, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff if there's a disaster that wipes out command centers on land.
Oh, so this is like Air Force One on steroids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Where would you go when doomsday strikes?
What's the cause?
Protests get out of hand, and the president calls for the Insurrection Act in the Valley. And
Flagstaff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flagstaff.
Yeah.
All right.
It's away from the Valley.
How about PV melts down? And I don't mean Patricia Valencia. I mean the Palo Verde nuclear plant.
I'm screwed at that point. Just drive toward it. Melt faster.
Drive toward it. Interesting strategy.
Yeah. Listen,
Okay, bold.
Look, it's kind of like Joan of Arc. Like, listen, Joan, don't try to flee the flames. It's just going to hurt more.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, just drive toward it. Now, if it's if it's like a zombie apocalypse, Costco.
I know you
because
love
they have
Costco.
everything.
Are you even really a member?
I am.
Or do I have to sneak you in?
No, I'm not. I don't Huizinga things and borrow somebody else's card.
No, I have a card.
What was it, yours?
It's half mine. This is my buddy's year to pay for it. Last year, I paid for it.
Well, I called that one, didn't I?
No, I
knew that there was no way you were paying for your own membership to something.
I paid last year.
You don't pay for your own Netflix. You don't pay for your own Costco. You don't pay for your own Hulu. You don't pay for any of it.
Look, right there. Costco Wholesale Gold Star member. Who's that guy on the back? That's me.
Yeah. And you paid for it?
Last year.
I split it.
He paid this year. Next year, I'll pay again. I'm the Gold Star member. Pablo, where are you going when the world melts down?
Take me to the Sea of Cortez.
That seems like a nice place to go.
Is that near Flagstaff?
No.
Where is it?
The Sonoran Desert.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that idea.
I have told you, I don't know
we'll go some
international history, and I do not know geography.
Fish might have 3 eyes when we go there.
That's fine. That's fine.
That'd be cool. You'd be like, ooh, Dr. Seuss.
Palo Verde meltdown. Boy, if that happened. By the way,
we couldn't get out if that happened.
People don't know this, but when I first started working at KTAR, I come to the studio, and right outside our studio is what we call our news command center. This is where our breaking news center is. This is where the news director hangs out and
panics.
Everything goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So out there is a bright red bat phone.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely like it came off of Jim Gordon's desk in the 1966 Batman series.
Got the black one and the red one.
And I go, what is this? They go, oh, if that rings, we got problems. And I said, why? They go, that's the nuclear plant.
Yeah.
If that phone rings, that's a bad, bad thing. So I'm standing outside here one day. All of a sudden, the red phone rings.
Yeah.
And I absolutely went, whoa, what's going on? And they go, it's a test. We know it's happening. They test it to make sure the line is working. I genuinely thought we were screwed. There was a moment where I thought,
like,
this is it.
I'm done.
This is it.
To Costco.
But I've worked at other media places in Phoenix, and we didn't have a bat phone like that. Is KTAR the only place with a bat phone, or is
we're
it because
one of the primary
we're the
emergency alert system?
The EIS
alert system, yeah.
And
Okay.
when I took my trip out to Palo Verde last summer, I went in one of the control rooms and I saw the phone that calls us.
The other side of the bat
phone?
phone?
Yeah, the other side of the bat phone.
No kidding.
It looks exactly the same. Got that, like you said, the what'd you call it? The name of it? Gordon something phone?
The Jim Gordon phone, yeah.
It looked,
Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
I can remember when I first moved here in like around 1990, there would be stories a lot come out of Palo Verde. Just things like, we took reactor 3 offline and, or whatever. And so, and living in the shadow of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where I grew up, you were always conscious of it there.
Yep.
So once again, here's a nuclear facility just down the street.
Yes.
I would read every story. It was like, keep your eye on Palo Verde. You hardly ever hear anything about it anymore. I literally never see any stories at all about Palo Verde.
They take them offline all the time because the reactors, they run for 18 months and then they clean them, and it takes like 6 months to clean them. Remember my numbers right here?
Something like that, yeah.
And so they pull the spent fuel out, and then they clean. It takes 6 months, and then they get that one back online. They start the next one. So
they're fairly new. I mean, reactor number 1 just turned 40 like in the fall.
Yeah.
So
that's probably why there were so many stories. It wasn't as old. It wasn't as old news. Now everything's ticking right along, and you just
more than
not hearing about it might be a good thing.
Yeah.
What do you got?
In the ever-expanding universe of maxing slang, from fiber maxing to friction maxing and looks maxing, there's a new term circulating: bald maxing.
Oh.
Bald maxing is choosing to embrace hair loss rather than endlessly try to hide or manage it like I do. And there is a whole movement of men behind it. You, I would say, are a bald maxer. When did you decide to start bald maxing and shave it all off? And how often do you shave it to keep it so shiny? What do you use? And were you worried about any unsightly blemishes when you first shaved your head?
So let's start in reverse order. No, was not worried at all.
I am.
What do I use? Radio's Chad Benson pointed out for me, there's like
he's a bald maxer too.
He wasn't always though. There's a razor that will fit on one of your fingers, and it helps shave your head. It contours to your head.
Is this the electric one, or is this...
No.
No, this is a...
No, manual.
Oh, okay.
And I
like a safety razor.
I just got some more replacement blades. It's got like
a
5-blade. It's like a Norelco for your dome kind of. Yeah. So I got that. I can give you the link if you need it.
I'm thinking about it.
You needed it about 2 years ago, to be honest.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So yeah, I just use shaving cream, and I use that, and I get in the shower, and I
just every day.
Once a week usually for me.
All right.
Because I think it still looks okay today. It'll start to come in, but it doesn't look awful.
I think it looks fine. I think it looks great.
No, usually once a week, usually Sunday night or Monday night.
How did you know it was time to start doing that?
That would be a better question for Pablo than for me, because I had hair when I started at KTAR.
That's what I'm saying. I'm one of the...
When do you remember?
Becky Lynn, you remember him with hair, Becky Lynn?
Yes,
yeah,
I did.
It was nice. It was brunette, right?
My employee badge has hair on it too. Have you ever seen this, Chris? I'll bust that out as well. I'll
pull that.
Did you get like a tool or something? Somebody sent you a shaver, and that's when we started. That's when he started doing
about
it.
The Chad Benson thing.
I should listen to the show more.
There's Joe Huizenga with hair right there.
Oh, this is Fat Joe.
Well, yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rude.
It was 2008. Yeah.
God,
It was
please,
Fat
Chris.
Joe.
God. You mean the guy who sings with Big Pun?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had hair in this photo
And man boobs.
and I had to work with Gatos a lot, and all my hair fell off.
He plucked you from obscurity. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
he plucked all of my follicles too.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's what happened.
I'm thinking about it myself, except I know I have a giant, ugly, hideous mole on my head, and I'm just afraid I have enough.
You do know they could take care of that for you.
Yeah, you can. I think it's a lot of trouble for you guys. I really do, because you have to.
This is the first time I've ever heard a woman say that male grooming is a lot of trouble.
Well,
Go
I
on,
do,
Becky
because
Lynn.
and this is why. Because a lot of times guys don't want to do the grooming. They think they get out, they wash their hair, they run a comb through it, they hit, that's all there
We
is
have
to do.
9-in-1 soap and shampoos.
Right? Who could want more for more?
Right.
So all of a sudden you shave it all off and you think, oh, this is easy. No, I think now you've got a lot more trouble. It's kind of like girls cutting their hair short. We think, oh, it's so much more trouble. No, it's so much easier. No. A lot of times short hair is much more trouble than long hair.
Yeah.
It just is.
I appreciate you appreciating the male species.
That's why she's a Hall of Famer.
Yes. I try to give.
You lead with empathy,
Great
and that's what makes you a
ideas.
Hall of Famer.
Yes.
I love it.
Joe's dome is fine though. He don't have nothing weird.
You
on
are
it.
the
Like,
No, he
giver
doesn't.
of the
tattoo or
givers,
nothing.
Becky
Like,
Lynn.
if I shave mine, I get these little flat spot in the back with a little bit of.
He does have that. He has that really weird.
Don't start.
vein.
No.
Is there one of those things for guys where you could put your picture up there and take all your hair off and see what you would look like if you were
Yeah,
bald?
there is one of those.
Is
yeah,
there?
I think there is. I think AI will
you
do
should
that
do
for
that.
Totally should.
And see if you like the way it's going to look.
you. It's not going to know
before
I
you
have that
commit.
giant, hideous mole.
Well, you can draw it in.
Dude, you were just trying to burn me.
Here, Chris. Here's a Sharpie.
I wasn't. It's true.
With weird veins.
Yeah.
When I get stressed, I do have them here,
I know.
right here on both sides. So
I know, I've
depending
seen
on
it.
how mean you are to me, it will get worse.
I know.
So it's not just one. When I wake up in the morning, it's not there. Then by the end of the day, after 15 Pablo come get your host, I'm like, ah! And it's just ready to, eject. I
is
do
true.
have this mole down here that doctors
seen
have
that.
looked at for a long time.
I've never really noticed that. No, but I have noticed because I see the left side of your face most every day for 2 hours at a time, and I have seen that vein.
I could do the show this way, and you could look at the right side of my face.
Let's not.
It is the better side.
As if schools need any more challenges, the word is teacher sick days are spiking, and you can thank the latest flu bug that's going around. Add to that the new threat that Becky Lynn's been telling us about today. Measles are back in the valley. You're going to find out on a scale of crap going down how much you should worry about this one. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so stop painting and listen to your neighbor Scott about Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News Flash.
3:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona's Department of Transportation says in 2024, there were 2,079 pedestrians involved in traffic crashes in our state, and it resulted in 263 deaths. Julian Paradis with AAA tells Arizona's Morning News how pedestrians can be safer walking around out there.
That's really the big thing. No amount of infrastructure changes is going to keep the driver from being not focused on the road. And that's probably one of the biggest things that you could do is to prevent these crashes. Just be focused on road safety.
He also says slowing down when you're driving can help improve these stats. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. Goodyear with a crash on the on-ramp. I-10 Pavico Freeway westbound at Dysart Road. Avondale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Pavico Freeway eastbound at 99th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gatos sent you.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. First, the good news. Deaths from overdoses are way down in the country, but not in some places. Guess which one we are? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News online on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody that was popping.
Booping
in the KTAR News YouTube channel.
The subscribe button.
Chat room today. Thank you for that. Joining us in the studio right now is a guy who basically needs both of us to make his show operate. I think that's fair to say. The star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos is in the studio. And I have to tell you once again, it was an honor doing the program with you earlier this week. And I know Joe did a little bit of work yesterday.
Yeah, no, it was fun to have you guys in.
Yeah.
We got Bruce out a little bit with a terrible cold. We had Becky Lynn out for a week. I was out for 3 days. It's just stuff going on. Now we have the measles. Not we have the measles, but the Valley has the measles.
So I'm so glad you brought that up because I see that we've got like...
Why are you coughing?
You did not just cough in the studio. You, the biggest germaphobe, just coughed in the studio.
I'm working.
Chris is paranoid about getting sick, man.
Everybody's going to get
Not like
sick.
on
You're
your
gonna
level,
get it.
but
Everybody's going to get it.
Wait, everybody's going to get it being measles or
sick?
So we've got school districts, too.
Okay.
They say increasing teacher absences tied to flu and RSV.
Yeah.
Administrators say that there's a substitute shortage as well because of people getting sick. You just made mention of measles.
Yeah.
Yesterday when you were on with Joe, you said that ICE action in Minneapolis terrifies you.
Yeah.
What terrifies you?
It horrifies me.
What horrifies you more? The idea that we could see Minneapolis-type action in your neighborhood or brushing up against someone with measles, RSV, or the super flu. Which one is scarier for you?
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll go with untrained ICE thugs coming to my neighborhood.
With the sniffles.
Yeah. I'll have dinner with the measles guy before ICE comes to my neighborhood, put it that way.
All right.
Wow.
We're going to talk a lot about that, later on in the show. But, yeah, I mean, listen, I saw the measles. One guy, they probably quarantined him. It's probably going to be okay. But
he had to be hospitalized.
Hey, listen, if you're not vaccinated, if your kid isn't vaccinated, you got a 90% chance of getting it if you're around that guy.
Wow.
So it is scary.
Yeah.
That's not something
it can
that
be
is
fatal.
easy. It is not. You get it, you're sick.
So are you talking measles today? Is that on the program?
I don't know. We'll see.
Just make mention of it. Yeah, okay.
We'll
All right,
see.
that's what we did. We made mention of it.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I don't think we have a measles outbreak. I'm not worried. Nobody's going to put a mask on. We're not worried. But again, we got to keep our eye on it. And one person in Phoenix doesn't mean that we have to, run home and never go out again.
More going down in Minneapolis. Somebody else got shot yesterday.
Of course, somebody will
as well.
get shot today too. Somebody will get shot tomorrow too.
That's scary stuff, man.
Of course it is.
Scary stuff. All right, Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joe Ising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. So start your new year right. Call our U.S. factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
It's Gatos for Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Custom window treatments instantly instantly upgrade how your home looks and feels. We're talking motorized blinds, shutters, and shades, roller shades, and Roman shades. Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've got it all. Do what my wife and I did. Visit one of their 3 Valley locations. They've got amazing showrooms. Visit southwestblinds.com, and guess what? You can book an hour in-home consultation. They'll come to your house and measure all the windows. They'll bring several blinds, shutters, and shades, put them right up to those windows, and you see what you like. I'm a big fan of the motorized shades. Maybe you're tired of cords that can quickly become a major eyesore and a hassle to untangle. Well, you can control your motorized shades, blinds, or shutters right from your phone. At Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've been installing luxury window shading solutions in Arizona since 2002. Free 1-hour consultation when you mention Gatos. Just go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
Life can be overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. At Revival Psychiatry, we go beyond mental health care. We help restore hope, dignity, and your quality of life. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill has passed the state legislature, and KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live at the News Center with the details.
State Rep Justin Olson says it will deliver more than $1 billion in tax cuts over 3 years.
And I think it's important to note that we have a state budget that is in excess of $17 billion. This is a $441 million tax relief package.
Governor Hobbs said in a statement yesterday, if Republicans want to give a $1 billion tax break for the wealthy, they must show how they will pay for it without slashing vital services. Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take action on the legislation today. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
A West Phoenix school district is switching back to a 5-day schedule, and that could mean some teacher vacancies. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with concerns that community members have.
Yeah, Becky, the Cartwright School District voted 3-2 to revert back to a traditional 5-day school schedule after using a 4-day model for years. Superintendent Steve Watson said the district is anticipating teacher vacancies after a recent survey showed 60% of staff would not return or consider not returning if the switch was made. Parents like Eric Rogers were concerned about that, asking the board to pause the decision.
Who is accountable if you do not get the results that you think you're going to get? This is where democracy is beautiful. It also could be really ugly when our elected officials refuse to listen to the community. that elected them in the first place.
Rogers says this vote could result in more teacher burnout in the district. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solution stories at KTAR.com/education. A Chandler woman's been sentenced to 3.5 years in jail after earlier pleading guilty to felony financial fraud and to animal cruelty charges. April McLaughlin had been accused of stealing $160,000 from her elderly mother's bank account. The animal cruelty charges are tied to the discovery of 55 dogs at her home near Cooper and Pecos Roads in 2023. Maricopa County confirming its first measles case of the year. Health specialists say the best way to protect yourself is with a vaccination. Maricopa County Department of Public Health's Dr. Nick Staub says vaccination is particularly important for measles because of how easily the disease can spread.
Very easy to catch just by being in the same space as someone who is infectious with measles. You can even be infected with measles up to 2 hours after the infectious person has left that area.
Symptoms typically appear about 7 to 14 days after exposure and can include a runny nose, diarrhea, fever, or full body rash. Staub says if you think you have measles, it's important to self-isolate and seek medical attention. And he adds, call ahead before you go to the doctor to prevent potentially spreading the disease. When a 550-pound bear was evicted from underneath an Altadena, California home, that wasn't the end of the story. That bear actually tried to settle under 2 other homes in the area. And every time a nonprofit called the Bear League from Lake Tahoe would catch up with the animal, that original homeowner Ken Johnson had nicknamed Unbearable. Johnson says the saga all began the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
I always look at my cell phone when I get up to see if there's been any animals, in the area. And I saw this huge monster of a bear coming out of the crawl space. I practically dropped the phone and jumped out of bed. It was amazing.
And an 18-year-old man is in jail after allegedly killing a man whose home he was burglarizing. That's according to the Phoenix Police Department, which found the victim's body during a welfare check at the home near 51st and Southern Avenues. The suspect allegedly had been living at the home since the homicide. Let's check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near Deer Valley Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. And Goodyear with a crash on the on-ramp I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Dysart Road. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A little warmer than it normally would be this time of year. Overnight, 53. Tomorrow, right through Sunday, around 77 for a high each day. We're at 79 currently in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1.
Oh, my goodness, hour number 1. Many people say the best hour of the show.
All right, Barry, let me see your papers.
Oh, no.
I want to make sure that you're here legally to do the show. I don't want to have to call ICE on you. We're going to talk about that. Show me your papers.
Oh, my.
I mean, we've seen, they shot another person yesterday in Minneapolis. So that was, as soon as I got off work, I'm like, wow, they didn't shoot anybody today. And then all of a sudden I got home. Yeah, I guess they shot somebody. Listen, I support immigration enforcement that targets criminals. I support immigration enforcement that gathers evidence when they have a warrant. I'm all for it. This version of ICE doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. And we've got untrained goons in Minneapolis tossing people around, taking them out of their cars, literally right in front of people's phones when they're recording. Show me your papers. Show me your papers. Are you from this country? I hear you have an accent. Are you from this country? I mean, as a lawyer, Barry,
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
No, this is what bothers me more than anything. I mean, obviously the violence bothers me more than anything, but this thing where you have to show your papers and prove who you are, that's not American. That's not in our Constitution. We've never been like that. Europe has had that, right? Nazi Germany had that. You have to show your papers when asked. In the United States, the police, they're not allowed to come up to you and say, prove to me that you're here legally. Show me your. They don't do that. And Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, she said today again that ICE may ask citizens to, quote, validate their identity. Now, they're allowed to ask, but they're not allowed to go past that. They can't require it. You don't have to show them anything.
You don't have to show them a damn thing.
The only time they can take additional steps legally, now we're seeing them in videos where they're doing this illegally.
Right.
But the only time they're allowed to do something more than that is if they have probable cause. If they have a reasonable suspicion, something that they can do that. And
They're just roaming around to malls and Target and gas stations and streets, and they're just asking random people. That's what they're doing. So yesterday, we had our 5 o'clock face-off.
Yes.
Okay? And we had a gentleman named Luis Acosta in. He is a DACA recipient, so he's got some protection. Not in this America,
right.
But in the past, he's had some protections. I want you to listen to 30 seconds of this. Remember, this is a guy, he's Hispanic. He has some protections. His parents don't.
Yeah, and important
they've
to know,
been here 30 years.
So he came here illegally, but he was as a child. He has DACA, and by the way, has his own business.
Yeah,
he's a very successful guy here, very productive, has employees.
Right.
Go ahead. I mean,
so what if ICE does come here? Right. Listen to just 30 seconds of this, and I think your question was first, Barry.
In the Latino community here, are people who are citizens, people who are here legally, are people walking around with their papers, with their passports and other things? Are they concerned about just being pulled over because they look or sound Hispanic?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. My stepson. Yeah, he's 18 years old. He's a sophomore at ASU. He's darker than I am. And we told him, you have to carry your passport now.
Wow.
Because you will be racially profiled. My father-in-law, who's darker than I am, who's a U.S. citizen, and his wife both actively carry their passports in their car along with their naturalization documents.
And this is new.
This is new.
Okay, so that's part of the conversation from yesterday. And I remember what you said, Barry. You just groaned, man. You were. I mean, we're all ticked off that we. Yeah. Do we have to do this now? Oh, and by the way, open up the phones. If you're out there and you're Hispanic, are you going to carry your passport around?
Yeah.
602-277-5827.
Whoa.
I just want to know. I mean, if we have time, we'll get a few calls in. If we don't, sorry.
We haven't opened the phones in so long. Julia, it's like a big crank. Like she has to crank the phones open.
I'm just curious. You know, I've talked to some friends who are Hispanic.
Yeah, I have too.
So over the last couple of days, I've talked to 3 friends who are Hispanic, and 2 of them said they are going to carry their passports around.
No, I have too, and I have friends who've said the same thing. They're carrying their passport or that passport card they give you. They have that with them because they're afraid. They're nervous that they're going to be confronted at some point. They want to be able to say, "Hey, I'm an American citizen. Here's my passport." This Gatos, and listening to Luis Costa talking about how his stepson is darker than him. I'm looking at myself on the YouTube. No one's ever accused me of being darker than anybody. No. This is not pretty for me, Becky.
I have a friend that said the very same thing. She texted me yesterday during Face Off, and she said, "I fear I'm going to have to start carrying my passport."
Is that
with me."
right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, guys, just real quick, because Jerry Sheridan, the sheriff of Maricopa County, was in, and we'll get to him in a few minutes. You know, we asked him, is this something that people should do? And he said yes. And so, like, my first thought was, what an awful answer. Not from him necessarily, just from the fact that he has to say that.
Right.
And the fact that, you know what? He's probably right.
Yeah, he's not saying that from a constitutional perspective. He's saying it from a personal safety perspective. Just have it with you so you don't end up in a bad position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we are here in the United States of America, where people are being asked for their papers, and people are being asked for their citizenship, is horrific.
Kristi Noem is literally saying today that people should be prepared to prove they're a United States citizen.
What's the law say, Barry?
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, you don't have to do that.
It's clear cut. You don't have to do that. And it's offensive. And you know, I always flip things around, right? Because Republicans like it. Trump does something, conservatives like it, and vice versa.
Right.
It was a Democrat. Imagine for a second that it was Biden doing this, that Joe Biden came out and said, we're going to send law enforcement out and go to conservative areas, and we're just going to start asking people for their ID and ask them to prove who they are and what that they're.
Wow.
People would lose their minds.
Wow.
That there was constitutional violations and we can't do that and we have rights. And yet this is happening, and a lot of people are like, yeah, this is fine. We're trying to get rid of the illegal immigrants. But I will tell you, you've seen the polls here, Gatos. This is so unpopular in the country, including with Republicans. Not closing the border, that's very popular. Trump did a good job with that. Not getting rid of criminals, people who've committed crimes or are part of gangs or violent. Yes, everybody's pleased get rid of those people. But this thing where you're just pulling up on somebody because they look Hispanic or they're speaking Spanish or they're not cooperating with you, and then suddenly this person, including white people, by the way, are having to prove their citizenship or provide their ID. Yeah. That is a constitutional rights violation.
I like the ICE agent, and boy, I use the word agent loosely because these guys aren't trained. A lot of them are new on the job, and they're a disgrace. The thing that I thought was interesting was one guy said, "You have an accent." I mean, that's like the first thing. Like, they're saying everything wrong right at the beginning. Anything that they can say wrong and against the law, they're all saying at the very beginning. And I think the reason that ICE is acting more brazen and they're violent and they're throwing people around, it's because they're trying to get a response. They're trying to provoke a response. This is what they've been told to do.
And we forget sometimes, and I've been thinking about this today, most of these people who came here illegally, number one, did that at almost at our invitation, or we let them in the country, whether it be last 4 years under Biden or over the last 25 years. And we did it for reasons to have labor, to get people to do jobs that Americans weren't going to do. So now, to suddenly be doing this sort of law enforcement against people where it's potentially violent, for people that we allowed to be here, as a country. I'm not saying Trump did. I'm not saying others, but I'm saying as a country, we've allowed these people to be here. We let them in. We've let them stay for a long time. We don't need to be this violent. It doesn't need to be. That's the part that's so offensive.
So if you're out there, you carrying your papers around.
Yeah.
Andy in Phoenix on KTAR, you starting to carry your papers around?
I'm carrying my birth certificate. I don't have a passport.
Okay. Why are you carrying your birth certificate? Is it because of what's happening in Minneapolis?
Absolutely. I'm gonna give you a little story.
Yeah.
Which is I find this weird. I just came from Algodones, right, today. I just went over there to go get something to eat. Took my passport. I didn't take my passport. So I took my ID, my real ID, and I took my birth certificate. The agent that was checking my stuff, all he asked for is for my ID. But yet, I'm over here in the U.S., and I'm worried about being searched for my proper documentation. I just don't get it.
That's the world you live in, man. And that's not good. It's not America. It's not what we were ever built on.
Yeah.
And we've got Hispanics in the Valley that are saying, yeah, I'm carrying my papers around. All right, we'll take a few more calls. 277-5827. Rarely do we open up the phones, but I think that this is something that we should take the temperature of the Valley. A lot of people that we all are talking to who are Hispanic are starting to carry their papers around, carrying a birth certificate, carrying their passport. And that is not us. And if you think that's us, you might want to check your patriotism a little bit. You might want to go and read the Constitution again. Even if you're a big Trump supporter, this is not right. No. And you know it. And you know it. You can love Trump for everything else. By the way, I think Trump did an amazing job on our border. Props, man. Seriously, that is awesome. One of the best things that he's done. But if, this is my line in the sand. You start going around with a bunch of thugs who are untrained and all they want to do is get out of their car and get in a fight because their Proud Boy membership has expired, so they decided to join this version of ICE. Yeah, that's my line in the sand. If you think what's happening out there is cool, if you think dragging brown people out of a car is a good thing, you might want to check your patriotism.
I'm with you, Gatos. I mean, this is It bothers me. Look, I'm not Hispanic. I don't know that I'm going to get pulled over and asked to show my papers, but it bothers me that my neighbors have to deal with that.
Heck yeah,
It bothers me that anybody here in Arizona has to walk around and think I better bring my passport with me every day.
It's against everything America is about.
It's not right. This is not who we are, and we should all be standing up and saying this is not who we are. This is not what we want.
All right. I still haven't seen your papers, Barry. I mean, we're going to be asked.
I got to find my passport. I don't even know where it is.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. You carrying your passport around? That's apparently what a lot of people are doing. We'll try and squeeze in a couple calls at 277-KTAR. All right. Let's see. Quickly, shout out Peoria. Thank you for listening to the show. You guys rock. Stick around. Moment. Advanced Window Products. Okay, I've hired my friends over there. They've been in business for about 40 years, actually 40-year anniversary. AdvancedWindows.com. Go and check them out. But Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. It's pretty great. Here to stay, local company, family-owned and operated business. I think if you take a look at your windows, a lot of times, builder-grade windows. My house, yeah, builder-grade windows. It's one of those things where you barely can see out of it. In the summertime, if you sit near your window, you get a sunburn. I mean, you can get burned from the heat that's coming in. So they have the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. This month, I'm getting my windows replaced. Never done it before, but I had to pick the right company. The right company is a company that's here and has been doing it for 40 years. Advanced Window Products. So go to advancedwindows.com, advancedwindows.com. They've got a special for you, $1,250 off 5 or more windows. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has introduced the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act. Kelly tells our TV partners at ABC 15 this bill aims to define requirements surrounding federal immigration officers' use of force, first aid training, and involvement in state and local investigations.
When federal law enforcement officials aren't following due process rules and their training and standards, that the state can investigate them.
The legislation comes after ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense in 2 recent shootings in Minneapolis. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check your afternoon ride now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound, approaching Scottsdale Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Bell Road. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound near Deer Valley Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks, Enrique. Hey, Broomhead and I, co-captains. It's the KTAR team. We're going to climb. We're going to work out. We're going to climb a mountain. It's going to happen with the Cardinals. Cardinals climb. If the event is February 21st. Text climb to 620-620. We're gonna climb. We're gonna walk for special needs communities. So,
are you competing with Broomhead? Is it like
no? We're captains.
You should be captains on different teams.
No. We're gonna no. You bring 2 big mouths together and.
I just want to see if any of you can climb it more than once.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, Broomhead could probably lift it up, but climbing it's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. All right. I think a lot of us, what we're seeing in Minneapolis, and we're talking to our friends who are Hispanic. And are you going to start carrying your papers around? Because that's what our government wants. They want us to carry them around, which is against everything that we believe in. Maria in Goodyear on KTAR. Are you going to start? You going to start showing people your papers if you have to?
If I have to, I've been carrying my card since this president was elected.
How worried are you about ICE coming to Phoenix? In all seriousness.
Very worried. I mean, I've been scared since, again, he was elected. They have no respect. There's just no respect for people.
How about people in your inner circle? How about people that you know who are Hispanic? Are they doing the same thing, or are they saying, no, we're not there yet, let's not overreact?
I have some friends that, yes, are also carrying their cards, but then also family members. I mean, I look the part. I don't think I don't have the accent, but I don't think they care about that.
All right.
Thanks, Maria.
Tammy in Phoenix on KTAR. Show me your papers.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, why not?
Just because I don't think it's really necessary. I think we're taking it out, way out of line. I think everybody, is just has one incident and everybody blows up over it. I mean, it's just like saying our military is all scum too, because some of them get 8 weeks training and 13 weeks training before they go lay down their life for everybody here.
Tammy, where have you been?
I mean, that would be stupid. Where have I what?
Yeah, where have you been? One incident, really? Well, you haven't seen any of the other stuff? We got one incident, that's all?
But you're only bringing up that incident.
No, I'm not.
Back east,
Which incident do you want me to bring? Here, I'll bring up another incident. Did you see that ICE yesterday? They threw tear gas into a vehicle. There was an African-American family there, 6-month-old baby inside. They had to bring. There were 5 other kids inside. Everyone went to the hospital. How about that one? Do you want me to keep going? It's not one incident.
Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. citizens who are saying that they were stopped and detained by ICE because they didn't have paperwork on them, and these are U.S. citizens.
And by the way, Tammy, Tammy, you Hispanic? I didn't think so. So guess what you're not doing? You're probably not doing what I'm not doing. You're not going to carry around your passport.
It's a difficult thing.
That's
here.
what I thought.
It's a difficult thing here, Gatos. I mean, what gets me is that Kristi Noem spoke today and said all they're doing is going after people who they have reason to believe are in the country illegally, but that's so obviously not the case from just example after example after example of U.S. citizens who are being they come up on people and ask them for their identification and detain them, and they're citizens. We had a guy yesterday, that was a mistake, but the guy came in studio yesterday and coughed all over me. But he was stopped on a cruise ship. They broke into his cabin in the middle of the night and dragged him out of the room in the dark and he's a U.S. citizen and a former Coast Guard veteran. I mean, they are not just doing this to bad people who are here illegally and criminals. They're doing it to U.S. citizens.
Mostly U.S. citizens, right.
It's not, I don't know if it's mostly U.S. citizens, but it's a lot of U.S.
Tammy,
citizens.
how about somebody got shot yesterday, too?
Well, in fairness, Gatos, they're saying that guy attacked the agent.
Still, it's another shooting.
Yes, it's
another shooting. And what have we said before? We said that they're getting out of their cars and being aggressive. They're not trying to de-escalate anything. They're doing the opposite. They're doing the opposite.
Well, and that's the whole thing here. When you have guys like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem coming out and saying that these ICE agents have absolute immunity, that they can do whatever they want.
They are doing whatever they want.
And but when you tell somebody that, I mean, every police officer knows there's rules they have to follow. There's laws they have to follow. Their job could be at risk. They have to be careful with what they do. Sometimes it's too careful. It puts them in a difficult position. But we have rules in place to protect the rights of people here in this country. ICE is basically, the federal government is telling ICE, don't worry about the rules. Do whatever you want. You're going to be fine. We'll protect you. That's a mistake.
Right. Give a guy a badge. Give them a gun. Give them full immunity. And only train them for 47 days.
Yeah.
What do you think you're going to get? You're going to get a disaster. That's what's in Minneapolis.
They just think it's a game. And that's the part that bothers me. They went from having 5 or 6 months of training for these ICE officers to 47 days. And why is it 47 days? Because Trump's the 47th president. Terrible. I mean, that makes no sense. It's not a matter of how much training do we need. It's let's do something cute and make it 47 because Trump likes that. We have to all kind of look up and say we have rights, we have constitutional rights in this country. You can't say you're a constitutionalist and you believe and support the Constitution and then say you're okay with what's been going on here.
Right. And if you're provoking a response, which is exactly what they're doing, how far does ICE and the federal government think they can push us around before we start pushing you back?
Yeah. And when you talk about trying to provoke a response, it's really Trump has said it today. He may invoke the Insurrection Act.
Yeah.
He may send the active military members into cities to police those cities. That's third world stuff. That is dictator. It's banana republic stuff. I can't even believe we're having this discussion in the United States.
All right. Let's switch it up. Coming up next, have grocery prices actually gone up since the start of the year? Barry is in for Bruce. Stick around.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Are you stressed about what to do after a car accident or injury?
Hi, Al Lundeen for AZ Mobile Chiropractic. We're Arizona's favorite solution for mobile chiropractic services. We make it easy to get personalized, professional treatment that comes to you at your home or business with licensed therapists. We work with your legal and healthcare practitioners quickly to get you back to pre-accident status. Start your recovery today. Check us out at azmobilechiro.com. That's azmobilechiro.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has introduced legislation meant to increase oversight and guardrails on federal immigration officers. Kelly tells our television partners at ABC 15 he hopes the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act will improve officers' accountability by requiring participation in state and local investigations and defining restrictions on the use of deadly force.
This Department of Homeland Security doesn't want to be accountable to the American people. It's clear in what Donald Trump has said and what the White House says frequently.
The bill also includes requirements for first aid training and the use of face masks, ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense in 2 recent shootings in Minneapolis. Maricopa County is confirming its first measles case of 2026.
Dr. Staub tells KTAR News the case was in an adult male who is believed to have picked up the disease while traveling overseas.
Most likely that is how they were exposed to measles. However, they were not traveling while they were infectious with measles, so there's no threat to other travelers.
Staub says the Maricopa County Health Department is working with agencies to notify people who may have been exposed. Measles symptoms include fever, cough, runny noses, and a full body rash. The case comes amid an ongoing outbreak of cases in the valley that began in early 2025. Staub says the best way to protect yourself from the disease and its worst effects is to get vaccinated. William Padmore, KTAR News.
The Arizona Attorney General's office has opened an investigation into reports that X's artificial intelligence chatbot, known as Grok, has been used to generate and distribute potentially illegal and harmful content, including images of child sexual abuse. AG Chris May says technology companies cannot turn a blind eye when their products cause real-world harm. She's asking anyone who may have been impacted to file a complaint with her office. Time to check on the road home today. Here is Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, eastbound, near the State Route 87 transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound approaching the State Route 51 northbound transition. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound, near Scottsdale Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A little warmer than we might like for it to be mid-January. We hit 80 today, 53 the overnight low. Tomorrow and right through Sunday, we're going to be in the mid-70s. And currently, it's 73 degrees in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We have the latest on the potential for ICE operations escalating in Phoenix. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15.
Hit 80 today. Holy cow.
It's crazy. I thought we were actually starting to get a cool desert winter there for a few days, and now it's 80.
Like for 2 weeks, it was cold and windy.
Right.
Yeah.
A week and a half.
It felt like when I was out sick last week, I kept looking out the window and it was kind of raining and gray, and I'm like, oh, I'm missing it all.
By the way, I feel right. Superman in here. I come in here, everybody's sick and coughing on me and all this stuff, and every day I wake up and I'm like, all right, I'm okay another day.
I'm okay for one more day.
It's difficult in here. My goodness.
Your time may be coming.
Is 80 though? That's way over what we should.
Oh, we're in the mid-60s.
Is that right?
It should be like mid-60s. Exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should be wearing a jacket and loving it.
Yeah.
Now I got short sleeves on today.
Yeah.
If Bruce were here, he wouldn't be wearing pants.
Oh, take it easy.
But he would be sitting down. Thank goodness.
All right. Are we still getting sticker shock at the grocery store?
Oh.
Because I think prices have gone up, actually.
Yes, they have. Ground beef is high. Beef prices are much, much higher. Coffee prices are still high. It's the tariffs. Now, eggs have come down. The egg price of eggs have come down.
I thought we had more of like chickens destroyed by the I can't talk today, by the bird flu.
Right. That was a major problem. That's why
that was before, but I also thought it hit again.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Like, not only are we getting the flu, birds are getting the flu.
I don't
different
know.
type, obviously.
I go to the Costco, I pick up a big giant plat of eggs, and I'm okay. They don't cost that much.
All right, because, let's go through some of this stuff, because we've got Arizonans going to the grocery store, and they're like, oh, my gosh.
Michael Kawago checked off all the items on his grocery list.
Yeah, I was just grabbing some stuff for some Philly cheesesteaks.
Oh, that's delicious. Fantastic.
Oh, my goodness.
That recipe calls for beef.
That is right. So is beef up? Is beef down?
Most of them were like $15, $16 a pound. It just kind of just blows.
Are we allowed to say that, Becky Lynn?
Wow.
Well, he just did. A little late to worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
That's from our friends at AZ Family who let that through.
All right. It wasn't us.
Ground beef is 17 plus 17. 17%.
It's expensive. Steaks are really expensive now.
The shoppers also noticing the higher prices for other groceries.
I mean, I mainly just come and buy some chicken breasts, and it's just really expensive.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows chicken breast, potato chips, and orange juice prices went up by more than 3% between the beginning of 2025 to last month.
All right, so chicken breast plus 4%, potato chips plus 5%. orange juice, which, by the way, Bruce St. James has never had orange juice.
What?
Or an orange.
In his life.
Why?
Don't go into it.
All
Let's
right.
move right on.
All right.
Plus 7%, okay?
Yeah.
The biggest jumps are ground beef by 17% and coffee up by 22%.
See, I think we should be thankful that coffee is 22% up because it was 40 last year.
Yeah, and it's interesting. President Trump, I think it was yesterday, said that milk prices are down 44%. Which seemed odd to me, so I looked it up.
Okay.
And they're almost exactly the same as they were a year ago. Literally, I think they're up like 2 cents. It's almost exactly the same. So they haven't gone up. It's not that inflation is hitting milk, but it's not down 44%. It's the same.
No,
it's the
you
same.
got to do your own homework.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Last administration told us Joe Biden was fine. He's losing his mind, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but that's the case. They hid that. And now you got Trump who lies every time he goes to the podium.
And here's what I'll tell you, Gatos. And I was in here when Biden was president, and we would talk about this. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was wrong. I was saying the economy was strong because I was looking at all these indicators of the economy, and they were strong. GDP was up. Employment was at record highs. Everything. There was a lot of really great stuff. Mm-hmm. And people were saying, but it costs a lot more money, and it's hard for me to live. And I said, the economy's there. Wages are up. Things are. And Biden wouldn't understand that. He didn't feel it. He didn't see it. He kept saying the economy's strong. Right. Trump campaigned against that. Trump campaigned and said, I'm going to bring prices down. I'm going to bring inflation down. So you thought he understood it. And as soon as he got in office, what's he started saying?
Tariffs.
Everything's fine. Everything's just the greatest economy of all time. He's not listening to the people. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's really. I'm still stunned that Trump's doing it. I think Trump could say, we're working on it. Look what we've done with gas prices are down. Look what we did. Eggs are down. And not that he controls either of those things, but we're taking steps trying to do this. And then tariffs make it worse in many cases.
Well, let's acknowledge the gas prices are around $3.
Yeah.
Some places they're under $3.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long that's going to last. But,
well, here's the deal. The president doesn't control gas prices. I mean,
but we own Venezuela, so we've got a lot of oil. Is that why gas prices are down?
That must be it.
Because I'm down for that, man.
Oh, my goodness.
If that's what we went and did it for, let's go.
Yeah, this is...
Can we get it down to $1?
The fact is right now, inflation is overall about 2.7%. It's basically exactly where it was this time last year or this time at the end of Biden's term. It stayed about the same. It went down a little bit. It came up a little bit. Has Trump reduced inflation? No, it's about the same. I'm a little surprised it hasn't gone up more because of the tariffs, but I think that's because Trump keeps kind of backing on the taco thing where he says, I'm going to tariff you, and then he stops. He pulls it back because he gets afraid of hurting an industry. So I think for the most part, it's not bad. I'm going to tell you, these are the things about Trump I don't understand again. If he would just focus on immigration on the border, it'd be great. We'd be saying, great job. And stop having ICE people pull Americans out of their cars. If he would come in and say, I'm not doing these tariffs, I'm just going to let the economy roar like it did in his first term because he's cutting restrictions, he's taking all the rules away and making it easier for businesses to make money, I think we'd all be saying great. But for some reason, he's focused on these tariffs, and it's just not working, Gatos. It's just not working.
Supreme Court's supposed to rule on this. If he's not allowed to do it, I think he said, "quote We're screwed." Right? I mean, that was
Well, he's worried they're going to make it. The Supreme Court could say, "Yeah, your tariffs are illegal, and you have to return all the money," which would be a big hit to the government. But I'll tell you, Trump said all these tariffs are going to make manufacturing stronger in the United States. Right? It's going to create more manufacturing jobs, high-paying jobs. Guess what? In the year Trump's been president, 72,000 less manufacturing jobs today than there were a year ago. 72,000 less, not more, less. And the reason for that is as much as he's protecting U.S. steel and a couple of things like that, most manufacturers, most employers in the United States, the manufacturing is done with parts from overseas. So they're tariffing the parts or they're tariffing the materials. And these businesses are like, we can't do this now. It's too expensive, and they're going out of business.
It's his economy now. He's got a year under his belt. You can't argue that. And
and he's done. He's taken so many steps. I mean, he said we've done more than any other first year president.
I don't listen to that crap.
Yeah, no. But my point is, he has. He's taken so many steps. It is his economy. This is his now. He owns it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we can only hope for the best. I mean, maybe a recession. It'll be, hopefully, as economists I've talked to them, it'll be not too bad,
Yeah. But the fact is, housing is still expensive. Inflation is still there.
Right.
Wages have actually slowed down considerably, and I think people on both sides need to be paying attention to that. People are struggling to make ends meet, and it's not getting better at this moment.
No. Okay. So gas prices are low in Arizona. Yeah. That is good. But when you look at the grocery store prices from December of 2025 into this year, a lot of things are up. Coffee way up. Ground beef, 17% higher. Orange juice +7. We can go down the whole list. And it's, we're seeing double-digit percentage increases in a lot of different stuff that you go to the grocery store for. All right, coming up next, measles in the valley. Not good. Who's the Yahoo that's spreading the measles around Phoenix? Can we find out? Goodness gracious. And is it a big deal, or is it just one guy and we're like, okay?
I'm going to tell you why it's a bigger deal than you think.
Because I don't think it's a big deal.
I know. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to scare you.
Great. That's wonderful. Barry is in for Bruce. All right. That's coming up next. All right, gentlemen, let's have a conversation about your testosterone. That's a fun issue, isn't it? That's super awesome. Well, if you got low T, you notice things aren't going your way. You notice you're not sleeping well. You notice your love life isn't as great as it could be. You notice that you're not thinking real straight, kind of foggy. So you have low testosterone. You can get your edge back, and you can go to Red Mountain Weight Loss and get testosterone therapy. So what's going to happen? You're going to gain more muscle, less effort at the gym. You will think better. You will sleep better. Your love life will be better. And it's testosterone, actual testosterone, total game changer. Also, if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. And so if you mention Gatos, you could go get your testosterone therapy, get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention me. It's like a $300 value. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is one of the most important things you can do for the people you love. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to protect what matters most, act now and save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. This could ensure your assets are passed on exactly as you intended. Because without a living trust, your home, your bank accounts, and your investments could end up in Arizona probate court when you pass away. This could take years and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even with a will, your estate could still face probate. To avoid this, call RJP Estate Planning now and save 65% on a living trust.
Save 65% on a living trust if you're 60 or over. Call 480-896-9597 by January 23rd. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. While the rest of the country is bundling up, we are spending more and more time outdoors in our perfect weather. Let Creative Environments transform your outdoor space. How about a custom fire pit or an elegant outdoor fireplace? Creative Environments build spaces where stories are shared and memories are made, especially on those crisp desert nights. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work they do. You're going to love the results. You'll love being outside. creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. KTAR, Eyes on the Economy. Legislative Republicans have passed the Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill, which looks to deliver $1 billion in tax breaks over 3 years. It eliminates state income tax on tips and overtime, increases the child tax credit to 25%, and allows working parents to deduct child care expenses. Governor Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take action on this legislation today. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Dobson Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the HOV lane. State Route 51 southbound near Coulter Street. And Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound near State Route 87 transition. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Never take lights off the roof ever again. Install AZ Trim Light this January and save 20%. Visit aztrimlight.com today. That's aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Hey, Joe Huizenga, we've had that to cell phone or no cell phone debate for teens. We'll give you the latest info on whether or not it's a good idea and what effect has unplugging had on teens. That's tomorrow at 2:30 on the next Chris and Joe Show, on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We got Barry in.
Hello.
So I'm listening to Becky Lynn today.
Hall of Famer Becky Lynn.
Really?
You know
You're
what?
listening.
Really?
Thank you.
By the way, my apologies. We were listening to Hall of Famer Becky Lynn. I mean, because you make the Hall, that should be your first name, Hall of Famer. We're super proud of you.
Initials. Thank you.
When I come in now, people are like, what's your name on the air? I said, I'm Hall of Fame adjacent.
So I'm listening to Becky Lynn, and we got our first case of measles in Maricopa County.
Yes.
All right, so we've had it certainly on the outskirts of Arizona, right?
No, we've had it. Yeah, up in the border with Utah, there's a whole big outbreak. Yeah.
All right, so I'm the guy. I'm panicked. You know, all this. I usually panic with this kind of stuff. I'm not panicked for this. We got one person in Phoenix. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know. Again, how many years ago was measles done with? We were completely done.
Yeah.
And now, okay. So Barry, you said this is a bigger deal than I think it is.
Yeah, because people say, well, everybody's vaccinated. What's the big deal, right? If you're vaccinated, you're fine. Well, first of all, the vaccine's 97% effective, so it's not 100%.
Right.
So that means, you know, of every 100 people that are exposed, 3 of them, even if you have the vaccine, are going to get the measles. And some of them are going to be older people. They're going to be elderly people. It's dangerous. I mean, people are hospitalized and die from the measles. So that part of it can be dangerous. The vaccine for the measles, when it was first developed, it was in 1963. So 1963 to 1968, if you got the vaccine then, it wasn't as strong. During that time, the vaccine that they used, it was an inactivated form of the virus, and they found that it's not as effective. And they ultimately took that down. They made a better one. So starting in 68, 69, it was better. So if you're born after that, you're likely in a much stronger place. But if you're born between those 5 years, which puts you in your late 50s, early 60s.
So if you're born in 1968 or
1963 to 1968, that vaccine may not be. You're supposed to go get checked to see if you still have the vaccine in your system. That's something.
You know what? And many years ago, when we first started hearing about these measles outbreaks again, because people were dropping the vaccine and the herd immunity was falling off somewhat, I actually asked the doctor, I said, I want you to check me and make sure that I am, everything's still holding strong in there. I got a clean bill of health there.
How do they check? Just did your blood check?
Yeah, they just did a blood check.
I need to do that.
It's pretty simple.
And then before they started, if you're born before 57 or 63, you probably have the measles. Because, by the way, if you get exposed to measles, 90% of people who aren't vaccinated get it.
That's what I read.
Yeah, it's so contagious.
Very contagious. So if you've had it, that's a good immunity, and you should be in pretty good shape. But again, people still get it. So it's just dangerous. Everybody talks about this that. If you're vaccinated, what do you care? The fact is, it works as it's that herd immunity, right? The fact that almost everybody has immunity, that's what keeps everybody from getting sick. But when you start to have this large percentage of the population that's not getting vaccinated and measles is running rampant again or starts to run rampant again, even people who are vaccinated, even people who have had it before can get it. And that's the risk. And it's easy to say, I don't want my kid to get the vaccine or whatever it may be, but you're putting your neighbors at risk too. That's the whole vaccine program. Mm-hmm. It's not just for us. It's good for us. It's a great thing for individuals, but it's great for us as a community too. You're protecting your grandparents. You're protecting your old neighbor down the street. You're protecting somebody who has an autoimmune disease who lives down. Those are the people you're protecting by getting the vaccine. And instead now we have this thing where people are like, I don't want a vaccine. I don't want any of them. We eradicated it. It was gone.
Right. After COVID, you had some people who wanted it, some people who didn't. Some people believe in vaccines. Some people do not.
Take COVID out of it. I wish they hadn't called the COVID thing a vaccine.
I agree. I said it a million times.
This is different.
It is different.
Where are the people?
Because COVID changes.
Yeah, where are the people saying, I don't want a polio vaccine? I mean,
I've thought about that too. I thought, if you start saying you don't want a polio vaccine, have you ever seen those iron lungs?
Yeah,
that's the problem. Nobody has seen
those pictures.
Polio used to kill kids.
Oh my gosh, it was horrendous.
The people were families would have 5 kids and lose one of their kids, and that was normal.
Yes,
it was incredible. And
too long ago. Nobody remembers. Nobody sees it unless you go and Google it.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It's been so long ago.
These vaccines have been life-saving and life-changing for everybody. And they're being talked about now like it's some sort of a poison.
Conspiracy thing.
Everything's a conspiracy theory. It's incredible. It's incredible. Forget the science, forget everything.
Yeah, well, you have RFK Jr. that's running the show, and he's like, he's anti-vax.
The one thing he said that was good is I should eat more steak and butter. So I think that's good.
I like that.
If it just didn't cost so much.
He did say that recently, though. Did you see that? You should be eating
Here's
more.
the thing, though. I've got some friends whose kids are not vaccinated, and that's their call. That's it.
But it shouldn't be their call.
But it is their call. You can't do anything about it.
It's not really their call. There's laws that say you have to have your kids vaccinated. There's exceptions and things like that. But the fact is, again, it's a community thing. It helps all of us. And I don't understand people like that. I'm sorry.
I don't get it either. But again, it's not. They're not my kids. I can't. What am I supposed to do?
Well, let me ask you a question then. If it's their call whether their kids get vaccinated, isn't it also their call if they want their kid to have a sex change operation when they're 12? I mean, if that's what we're saying, then aren't parents just allowed to do whatever they want with their kids' health? I'm serious. That's the question.
All right. Measles, 1 case, person's in the hospital.
I'm worried.
Don't let anybody in the room. Don't want anybody in the room. All right, Barry.
Your cough sounds like a measles cough.
Barry is in for Bruce. Okay, coming up next. So, are we going to have to start carrying our papers everywhere we go?
Oh, my goodness.
This is something that America is talking about with ICE. All right? We'll chat about it. Stick around.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 888-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has helped keep the Valley healthy with 25 locations and counting. Join today and get $0 enrollment plus your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus fitness classes weekly, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and top-of-the-line cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Lift local with Mountainside Fitness.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hey, as the temps have cooled off, the deals are heating up at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Here you go. How about a free furnace? A free furnace when you buy a new AC unit from Day and Night. We're talking a value of $2,026. What a way to ring in 2026 by saving $2,026. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and buy brand new AC from Day and Night and then save big on your summer AC bills. I mean, these new units, they're so efficient, so quiet. The deal's so big time right now. When you buy brand new AC from Day and Night, you get a free furnace. Again, a value of $2,026. Don't wait until summer hits. Beat the rush right now, especially when it's so easy to get a free estimate. Yep, go to dayandnightair.com, book a free estimate, and then how about 0% financing for 18 months? Yep, 0% financing for 18 months available for qualified customers at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. Get that free estimate at dayandnightair.com.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Republicans in the state legislature have just passed the largest tax cut package in the state's history. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to explain.
The Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill looks to deliver more than $1 billion in tax breaks over the next 3 years. State Rep Justin Olson explains it eliminates state income tax on tips and overtime. It increases the child tax credit to 25%.
And for the first time in Arizona's history,
folks that have to pay for childcare in order to go to work will be able to deduct the costs associated with that childcare expense from their Arizona income taxes.
Olson says the legislation will apply President Trump's tax cuts to Arizona's tax code. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A new bill from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly looks at oversight on federal immigration agents.
The Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act includes multiple changes to current rules, including limiting face coverings, requiring notification of upcoming immigration operations, and additional requirements governing the use of deadly force. Kelly tells our TV partners at ABC 15 that with a budget larger than the Marine Corps, he believes immigration and custom enforcement needs to be held to a higher standard.
Is this the ICE that we want as a country? That looks like a paramilitary force? Or is it a police force that is enforcing immigration law?
The legislation comes after a second shooting involving ICE officers this week in Minnesota, where ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
The United Nations held an emergency meeting today to discuss the deadly protests in Iran at the request of the U.S. It comes as the White House says all options for Iran remain on the table, which would include possible airstrikes. Other countries are threatening new sanctions. Human rights groups say at least 2,600 protesters have been killed in the demonstrations over the nation's economy. ABC's James Longman in Doha, Qatar says the energy has shifted.
Something has shifted, whether it was Donald Trump watching the Iranian foreign minister on Fox News, whether it was the Israelis perhaps telling Donald Trump our information is that the regime is not close to collapse. We don't know. But for the moment, it looks like the people of Iran, those coming out into the streets, are satisfied that help is not coming.
Eyes on Education.
The Cartwright School District voted last night to move to a 5-day school schedule after operating a 4-day schedule for years. Superintendent Steve Watson says the change will require an extra $5 million from the district.
We're basically restructuring the district office. We are looking for savings in different areas, and so we'll be able to have that money in.
Watson explains that most of the funding will go toward teacher pay as more employees become full-time with benefits. To read more education solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. A 35-year-old Mesa man's been sentenced to 5 years behind bars after pleading guilty to setting fire to a Tesla dealership in that city last April. Ian Moses will also be on supervised release for 3 years following his prison term. He was arrested at his home shortly after that fire broke out. And a big honor for Arizona State University's School of Earth and Space Exploration. A student-designed space telescope called SPARCS is on board the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that recently launched on a twilight mission. The small telescope, the size of a cereal box, will study flares and sunspot activity of low-mass stars. Let's check those roads now and get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris on the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway southbound near Guadalupe Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound near Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades. Smarten up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After an overnight low of 53, we are going to stay in the mid-70s, right around 77 degrees tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. And we're at 78 currently in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show.
Oh.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, many people say hour number 2 is the best hour of the program.
The voice of our legal expert, Barry Markson, in for Bruce. And we are talking about America becoming a carry your papers country.
Yeah.
So what did a member of the administration say today? You were bringing that up.
Yeah, Kristi Noem. She's the the Department of Homeland Security secretary, the cabinet officer, and she runs ICE. And she's literally been saying all day that ICE has the right to go up and ask you for your proof of citizenship, which is not constitutional. Now, ICE doesn't have the same limitations as a police officer does in a city. Mm-hmm. So if you get pulled over for a stop, then the police are allowed to ask you for your ID. They're allowed to do their investigation. But if you're just standing on the street and you're doing nothing, there's no probable cause, you're not committing a crime, there's nothing illegal, an officer can't come up and say, "Let me see your driver's license." You can't do that. So those are constitutional protections.
ICE is doing it all over Minneapolis. It's all on video.
So now there is a difference. ICE can go to you and say and ask you to show your citizenship. They can do that, but you don't have to do it. And unless they have some probable cause, unless they have reasonable suspicion, there's something there.
If you don't show it to them, you're going to be dragged into a car.
See, now that I think is illegal. I think that's against the law, but that's what they're doing. And that I think is what's wrong. And you're starting to see lawsuits about this now, Gatos. Minnesota, they're suing over this. And gosh, I'm blanking on the name. The ACLU is now filed suit saying that what they're doing is illegal. So you're going to start to see this hitting the courts now with using these examples that we're seeing video of and going to the courts and saying, can they do this? And we'll see what the courts do with it.
Okay, so if Arizona is next, as some are reporting.
Yeah, Phoenix. They're saying Phoenix is the next ICE spot.
Right. So let me be real honest and real frank. I probably don't need my passport. I probably don't need it, and I probably don't have to show it to anybody. And to be honest, I don't think if ICE gets here, they're really going to ask me.
Yeah, you have the pasty white skin of an American.
Right. So what about the Latino community here in Arizona? A lot of my friends who are Latinos, listen, I've only talked to a couple of them, and they've said, I'm going to start carrying a passport around.
Yeah.
I talked to Meghan McCain earlier today. She just had a baby. I was seeing how she was doing. And I asked her, have you talked to some of your Latino friends, around the country? And certainly she knows people here in Arizona. And she goes, yeah, I think people are going to start. I have some friends who are going to start carrying it around.
This should terrify all of us.
It should.
Even if you're pasty skin like me and you're not likely to get pulled over by the police, this should be upsetting to us that in the United States of America, we're now living in a police state where a federal officer can come up to you and demand to see your papers, and if you don't show it, in some cases, at least we've seen it, they put you in a car and take you away.
Right.
I mean, that is un-American. It's unconstitutional. It's against the law. But that's happening right now, and we should all be worried about that. And what's killing me, Gatos, is a lot of conservatives. And look, I'm a registered Republican. I actually consider myself a conservative. People don't agree with me, but I'm a small government, stay out of my house, stay out of my business, stay out of my kitchen conservative.
Yeah.
This should be terrifying all of us. If you consider yourself a conservative, the government putting themselves doing this and violating your constitutional rights should upset us all. Take the politics out of it.
Yeah.
Government shouldn't be doing this unless they have cause to ask somebody.
Going door to door without a warrant, asking people for their papers.
Now
I mean, it's like, what would you think if we got another president down the line that wanted another version of ICE to go door to door? Are you a gun owner?
Yeah.
Because we might need your firearm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We're going to start enforcing gun laws.
Right.
What if
can't do that?
Yeah. We're going to start, exactly. And here's the thing that gets me. Nobody's saying don't enforce immigration laws. If somebody's here illegally, and Gatos, millions of the people who are here illegally came into the country through asylum, they stopped, we have their name. In many cases, we have an address. If you want to go to the address or you think there's an illegal a person who's in the country illegally living, I'm okay with that. I'm not thrilled with this, but okay.
I support immigration enforcement that targets criminals, but this is not targeting criminals.
Right. But this thing where you're going to go up to random people,
Americans,
because of how they look or sound,
correct,
for no other reason. They're not committing a crime.
Correct.
You have no information about them. And to say, I need to see your identification, I need to see your papers, that's wrong.
Right. And it's violent.
Yeah.
It's people that have, the same ideology as the January 6 people. And it doesn't look that much different to me.
It
really doesn't look that much different to me. It's like the January 6 people all got pardoned and they all went and worked for ICE. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. I'm just saying, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I keep saying this. Trump has done some good things here. With the way the border is closed right now, that's a good thing.
It's great.
And ICE is also finding criminals. They're finding people who committed crimes in their home country here,
Yeah, they're
and
too
they're
busy,
deporting
though.
them.
They're too busy dragging innocent people into their cars.
Yeah.
They're too busy breaking windows. They're too busy pepper spraying people from, several feet away who aren't really doing anything. All the videos are out there. I mean, just go look at it, and you tell me.
And you said this yesterday, and you're right. We're so pigeonholed now into wherever we are because of the algorithms, right? Whether you're on Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is, you see what you want to see, and they keep sending you more of that.
Right.
You don't get a varied news account. Take a moment, whether you're right or left, take a moment and go search out other news sources, right?
I think it's a great idea.
If you watch MSNBC all the time, it's okay. Go turn on Fox once in a while and just see what they're saying. Turn on News Nation, which is to the right but not as far. And the same thing, if you love Trump and you think everything they do is right and you watch Fox all the time, take a minute and turn on CNN or News Nation or MSNBC. Go online and on your social media, put in there, do a search of these videos, ICE stops, and just see other things that you're not necessarily seeing in your feed. Find some different things so you have a varied account.
At this time yesterday, we had the 5 o'clock face-off. So we had Chuck Coughlin in, knows politics almost better than anybody. We had Sheriff Jerry Sheridan in. We had Luis Acosta in, who's a DACA recipient. And we were talking about, do Arizonans who have brown skin have to start carrying their papers around?
Yes,
Sheriff, do you think that's a good idea for the Latino community to carry around their passports now?
Of course.
He's saying this is common sense right now, given where we're at today.
Is that common sense, right?
I don't think he's defending it. I think what he's saying is it's common sense given the status where we are today.
It's a new world right now. Yeah, I think Jerry Sheridan was really honest. I think he's like, this is what if I get into his head, because by the way, I thought he was fantastic yesterday. He basically said if ICE gets out of hand, the sheriff is going to act, and that is, I think, terrific.
What he didn't talk about, and I like Jerry Sheridan. I think he's actually doing a nice job as sheriff. But the question is, they're going to come here and ask law enforcement to work with them, and that's what I was trying to get him to respond to. But is he going to give sheriffs to the ICE people? Are they going to go around together and enforce this stuff? And then what are they going to do?
I'll tell you, that might be a good idea.
Well, if the Maricopa County sheriffs are going to act in a way and say to ICE, "Hey, calm down, we don't do that here." We'll see.
Listen, we've got Arizona police officers, Maricopa County sheriff's deputies, Phoenix PD. I would love to have real law enforcement along with whatever version of ICE this is. Well, because these guys aren't law enforcement.
The thing that bothered me almost more than anything yesterday during the 5 o'clock face-off with Luis Acosta, where he was talking about his parents,
right?
And he said, you asked him, what are you doing about your parents? And he said,
well, his parents are here illegally,
right,
but they've been here 30 years. They've paid their taxes. Yeah. They have their own business.
They put 4 kids through college.
Right.
But he said, I'm telling them not to leave the house.
Don't leave the house.
I mean, so they can't go to the store.
Gas, nothing.
They can't go to church. You have schools in Minnesota right now saying we're going to let kids learn from home because parents are afraid to send their kids to school because they don't want ICE to roll in and start taking their kids away.
Things are bad when school gets canceled because of your federal government.
Yeah, it's a problem right now. And again, I keep saying this politically, this is a loser. The polls are overwhelmingly against what's going on right now. They don't think that shooting in Minnesota was justified. They don't like the way ICE is acting in many of these cases. And I don't understand why the Trump administration, well, I do because Stephen Miller is pushing it. I don't understand why Trump isn't saying, hey, we're going a little too far.
Please,
because
Barry.
He could back off it a little bit, and his numbers go up.
He's not backing off. He's pushing the pedal to the metal, man.
But he loves polls, and he loves being popular.
Yeah, and he loves power, and he likes what he sees there. And he's putting more of these fake ICE officers, into Minneapolis. He's never going to back off. Yeah. He's pedal to the metal.
Well, and that's what
he's like. Let's bring some more people, and now he wants to bring the military in.
And now he's saying he could invoke the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to put the actual military, into police our streets.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Never happens in this country. The last time they invoked that was 1992. It was in California after the L.A. riots, Gatos.
Right.
And that was at the request of the California governor because they wanted to help restore order.
I will be 100% honest. That's what I've done here for 27 years. I support law enforcement. I am a big supporter of law enforcement. I support immigration enforcement that targets criminals and that does it the right way with a warrant and doesn't escalate situations.
all these guys from ICE are doing is escalating situations. They get out of their car and they look for a fight. And that is un-American. That is not what we do here. Asking people for their papers, throwing people down at a gas station because they don't have an ID. It's all out there for you to see. If you guys haven't seen it, shame on you. You should be looking at this is your country, and this is what's happening in your country. And you know what? It's okay if you like Trump, and it's okay to say that this is wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Coming up next, weight loss drugs.
Oh, my goodness.
Are they saving the airlines? All right. Outspoken, stick around.
The price of gold has hit an all-time high, and your old gold jewelry is likely worth a lot more than you think. So what do? Oliver Smith Jeweler. That's what you do. Whether you've got some pieces you just don't wear anymore or maybe something you inherited, now is the time to get a quote. Bring that jewelry to Oliver Smith Jewelers. They've been buying jewelry from clients here in the Valley for over 40 years. And it's a simple process. You sit down, you meet with one of their buyers. They give you a fair and transparent evaluation. There's no obligation. You can either take a check that day or maybe trade it in for a watch or some jewelry you might actually wear. All right. That's Oliver Smith Jeweler. 2 easy locations are inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall or Scottsdale Gainey Ranch, the flagship store. Plus, always online. Check them out. OliverSmithJeweler.com. Give them a call and get started or head online to OliverSmithJeweler.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has introduced the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act. Kelly tells our TV partners at ABC 15 the bill aims to define requirements surrounding federal immigration officers' use of force, first aid training, and involvement in state and local investigations.
When federal law enforcement officials aren't following due process rules and their training and standards, that the state can investigate them.
This legislation comes after ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense in 2 recent shootings in Minneapolis. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Right now, let's take a look at the roads. Enrique's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near 24th Street. Mesa debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, southbound near Guadalupe Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Southern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Enrique, my man. Thank you very much. You're listening, Waddell. You got nothing else to do. Thanks for listening. A shout out to you.
The Waddellians.
Please don't do that. I don't. Bruce wants to do that. It's fine. I don't like it. Anyway, we'll move past it.
All right. Sorry.
Hey,
sorry about that.
I'm teasing. Barry is in.
I know.
Hey, my good buddy Jim Sharp just talked to my good buddy Jay Feely.
Oh.
AZ Political Podcast. New episode. Former Cardinals kicker. My favorite Cardinals kicker of all time.
Oh, there you go. Jay Feely running for Congress.
He is.
And he changed districts already. He was going to run in CD5. Now he's running in CD1.
I think he's a good dude.
Last time I saw him, he was wearing the Trump shoes. He had the gold Trump sneakers on.
That's right. Well, check it out. Watch the AZ Political Podcast and the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. That should be a good conversation. All right. So if you're on a GLP-1 medication, should your plane ticket cost you less? Because
costs less.
Well, because here's the deal. We've got the airlines, who, by the way, rip us off every day, right?
Yes.
Totally rip us off.
Right.
The seats are smaller. They're more uncomfortable, everything. Okay. Weight loss drugs, apparently, are saving U.S. airlines millions of dollars in fuel costs.
Oh, because they're carrying less weight.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
They're carrying less weight.
Wow.
Is that amazing?
That is amazing. Oh, my goodness.
Slimmer passengers. That reduces the fuel costs. And these drugs could save the airline industry up to $580 million this year.
Wow. Really?
580.
That's fantastic.
So I'll go back to my question.
All right.
If you can prove you're on a GLP-1.
No.
No.
What did you just say? Skinny people should pay less? Gatos, I'm too big to pay by the pound. I can't have a by the pound price on a plane. Now, could you imagine that instead of making sure your carry-on bag fits in the little square box, you get on a scale,
right?
And they charge you more, give you a little less if you're up or down on the weight.
I'm just saying,
the day before your flight, you're in like a big garbage bag and running in the street to sweat off some pounds to save a couple bucks.
Okay, let me give you my second option. You don't like that idea?
No.
How about if you can prove you're on a GLP-1, you get a better seat?
Oh, no, because if you're already skinny, every seat's a better seat now.
No, nobody wants to sit in the middle seat.
I need to sit up front because I need the bigger seat.
You need the bigger seat.
That's what's going on. No, nobody wants to sit. So you think the skinny people should sit in the middle seat? Is that what you're saying?
Just asking questions.
The middle seat should be the skinny people because then they can kind of squeeze in there between two fat people.
So if I'm not going to say that I'm skinny because I'm not skinny.
You're pretty skinny.
But if you're if you're built like a pole, why are we going to punish you and put you in the middle seat? You're doing your job. You're not eating everything in sight.
It's for the community.
It's not for the community.
It's making everything better for the other people on the end.
A 10% reduction in passenger weight could save airlines like United and Delta 1.5% in fuel costs.
That's amazing.
All right,
I didn't know it was that
plan.
significant.
All right, so far you don't like the cheaper flight if you can prove your GLP-1.
No.
You don't like the better seat if you can prove your GLP-1.
They're saving money already. They don't have to give you a bag of pretzels.
How about free booze?
Free booze.
If you can.
But the GLP-1 people don't like to drink. It makes them sick.
Does it make them sick?
I had a friend of mine that was on it. He couldn't have more than one bourbon after that. He just didn't even want it anymore. He lost his appetite for it. That's why I can't go on those things, Gatos. What am I going to do with myself?
You drink a lot of bourbon.
I get wine. I mean, I got to get rid of this stuff, Gatos. I can't just leave it around the house. I mean, come on. Come on.
All right. I don't think I have a fourth plan.
You don't have a fourth plan?
No, I went with the cheaper ticket. You didn't like it. I went with a better seat, and you didn't like it. How about this?
The cheaper ticket thing is funny. I think they put a big scale there, like giant pieces of meat, and make you stand on there with your luggage.
You have the clear.
Yes.
And then you've got, what's the other one?
Fat. Clear and fat? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Clear, and then the other one is, what is it?
No, there's no other one. It's just clear.
No.
TSA pre-check?
TSA pre-check, and you got to show them this stuff and all that. What if you had, something that GLP-1? You get through the TSA faster.
Oh, really? Just because you're on? But what if you're just naturally skinny? You don't get any benefit for being naturally skinny? Or what if you've been working at it and you work out and you eat less and you didn't use a drug to do it? You just did it on your own. You get nothing for that? I mean, those are the people that should get some benefit. They fought it.
I haven't thought everything through.
Yeah. By the way, did you see what happened to Oprah? She went off the GLP-1. She put on 20 pounds.
She blew up again.
She said, I got to stay on it. If you get on those things, it's tough. You got to stay on it now.
A lot of people do stay on it, and their health is a lot better.
Yeah, well, they're definitely.
I've seen it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
All right, I'll keep thinking.
You trying to tell me something?
No, not at all.
Right, just checking.
Listen. Hey, you know me. I'm ready to get Botox and all that stuff. Hey,
Are you going to get Botox?
Sure. I'm all for self-improvement. I mean, I have the face of a Greek god, but could use a little bit of a lift.
My friend did the GLP-1, and he did really well. He lost a bunch of weight. He's working out too now, and he's building it back up. And he went in. He had a scar, and he went to have the scar removed. Mm-hmm. And they said, you've lost some weight. We can suck out some of the remaining fat cells in here and give you a tummy tuck, tighten up the skin and stuff. And he went in for the surgery, and they didn't mention him. They're going to do suck fat out of other parts of his body and all this stuff.
Oh, contoured him.
Yeah, and they did a whole thing, and he
looks good.
He can barely walk, but he's doing okay.
Okay,
he'll learn to walk again.
He's coming
but he
back.
Looks fantastic.
He's coming back. They kept telling him, "You're already going to be under. We'll give you a 50% discount on this other thing because we don't have to pay for the anesthesia." I'm like, "You're doing a Groupon of plastic surgery. What are you doing right now?" But he added his eyes. He did a little eye thing. It's all right.
You know what? He's in there. Might as well get it all done at one time. Knock it out. Yeah, absolutely.
Dudes are going to Turkey, get their hair done.
What?
Oh gosh, yeah. Everybody's going to Turkey to get their hair done. They go. If you're balding and all that stuff, go to Turkey. It's the biggest thing right now.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Wow.
You guys never heard of that?
No.
Oh my gosh,
you can
people
get
in
your hair
droves are going
done
over
here. You don't have to go to Turkey.
Oh, by the way, I should have said that. Great point. Way cheaper
in Turkey.
I was going to say,
crazy?
So you get a vacation, you come back. Boy, you look good.
Yeah.
What a relaxing trip.
Is it a hair transplant?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh.
So you got a plane with everybody whose head looks bludgeoned.
Oh,
all the guys.
Turkey is a leading destination for hair transplants.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
I'm not above it all. As soon as I want to look great. I'll do anything. I'm ready.
Dude, if you do the GLP-1, you get a discounted flight over to Turkey, and then you're, they give it says they have high-quality hair trans procedures.
It's a huge deal.
Holy moly, I had no idea.
I'm glad I could educate you on that.
It's interesting that you know that, Gatos. Is that something we should...
I keep everything
He knew it right away, didn't he? He didn't even have to dig for that. It was like, boom,
Julia,
there it was.
When's Gatos' next vacation? I want to keep track of him. I think he might be going to Turkey.
I'll tell you if I go to Turkey and get it done. I'll be totally honest. You know.
Well, you'll have to be.
Yeah.
Well, you see me wear a hat for 2 weeks, probably.
We might notice something. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Coming up next, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. He's introducing a bill. I don't know what you want to say. Putting limits on ICE, because we've seen what ICE is doing in Minneapolis.
It's to stop the Excessive Force Act.
All right. Is it any good? What is in it? We will talk about it next.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
All right. LundMortgage.com. If you have a mortgage, right, if you got one in the last 3 years, mortgage rates have dropped since then. I was just reading earlier today about mortgage rates. Pretty interesting stuff. And I'll tell you exactly what it was. I printed the article. I took a look at it. It was pretty interesting. The average long-term U.S. mortgage rate is now down to its lowest level in more than 3 years. So if you got a mortgage rate in the last 3 years, and mortgage rates now have dropped considerably, now is a great time to consider refinancing, saving some money. You should call the Lund Mortgage team. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team do this for you. It's awesome. Technology is incredible. They track interest rates daily. They can help you act fast. And all you have to do is send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. All you have to, one email to Lund Mortgage, and you're going to save thousands of dollars. All right? Email ratewatch, one word, ratewatch @Lund, L-U-N-D, mortgage.com. You start saving.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is one of the most important things you can do for the people you love. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to protect what matters most, act now and save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. This could ensure your assets are passed on exactly as you intended. Because without a living trust, your home, your bank accounts, and your investments could end up in Arizona probate court when you pass away. This could take years and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even with a will, your estate could still face probate. To avoid this, call RJP Estate Planning now and save 65% on a living trust.
Save 65% on a living trust if you're 60 or over. Call 480-896-9597 by January 23rd. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill has passed the state legislature. State Representative Justin Olson says it will deliver more than $1 billion in tax cuts over 3 years.
And I think it's important to note that we have a state budget that is in excess of $17 billion. This is a $441 million tax relief package.
Governor Hobbs said in a statement yesterday, if Republicans want to give $1 billion tax break to the wealthy, they must show how they'll pay for it without slashing vital services. Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take any action on this legislation today. In 2024, more than 2,000 pedestrians were involved in accidents, 263 of which were killed, according to ADOT. Julian Paredes with AAA tells Arizona's Morning News drivers have got to slow down.
Things can go wrong so quickly. I think that's probably a key motivator when it comes to just, slowing down and being safe. It's just thinking about, what could go wrong and is it really worth rushing?
He says those walking and driving cars also need to put the phone down and focus on traffic. Sentencing today for Chandler woman accused of financial fraud and animal cruelty. April McLaughlin received a 3.5-year prison term after entering guilty pleas to felony charges, and she'd been accused of stealing $160,000 from her elderly mother's bank account. The animal cruelty charges were tied to the discovery of dozens of dogs at her home in Chandler back in 2023. Well, get ready to pay a little more for the music you love on Spotify. And the question now is, will rivals follow?
Music streaming service Spotify notifying users in the U.S. and other markets that it's hiking its monthly fee for premium subscription service by $1. Starting in February, it will cost $12.99 a month, up from $11.99. The company says the increase will help them keep delivering a great experience for customers and say it also benefits artists. It's the third price increase in the past 3 years in a crowded field of music streaming services. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, let's see how things look on your ride home tonight. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on State Route 51 southbound near Greenway Road. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near 24th Street. A look into our surface street, Sun City, with a crash on 99th Avenue near Del Webb Boulevard. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes. Join us January 29th for our lunch-on with guest speaker John Spooner, covering entrance fees, cost, and long-term value. RSVP at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
53 for the overnight low and then staying in the mid-70s through our weekend. In Tempe, it's 76. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. First, the good news. Deaths from overdoses are way down in the country, but not in some places. Guess which one we are? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, there you have it. Join us this April 11 for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
A lot of talk about Minneapolis, what is going on there. And, the poll numbers are out there. America's against this. Obviously, some of you are for it. But Senator Mark Kelly has come up with a bill, and it is to put limits on ICE. Man, I never would have necessarily, backed a bill that put limits on ICE. I mean, I always thought ICE did a great job. They go and they take people who are here illegally and they remove them from the country. The only problem is that's not what we're seeing in Minneapolis. It's not what we saw in Chicago. This version of ICE, they're a bunch of clowns. They're not law enforcement. Every law enforcement officer I talk to, no respect there.
Yeah. It's interesting. We had the face-off yesterday. Chuck Coughlin was here, and one of the things he said is he was looking for Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego. Why aren't they proposing some legislation? Like, what's going on? So,
well, now we got one.
You got one. So Mark Kelly, he wants stricter standards for ICE when federal immigration officers use force, and especially deadly force. He calls it the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act. And he points out that the ICE budget now, after the big, beautiful bill,
it's
ICE,
huge.
it's bigger than the Marine Corps.
Yeah, by the way, that's my tax money, and I don't want to go into these guys.
The ICE budget now is bigger than the FBI, the CIA, the ATF. You can go through combined.
Yeah,
it's huge how much money.
I'm fine with my tax money going to the military. I'm fine with it going to, Arizona police officers. Because they're real officers. The guys that are ICE right now and are in Minneapolis haven't been trained. Fact. 47 days, that's a fact. Usually it's at least 6 months. That's a fact. You don't have to like it, but that's a fact.
Right.
These guys don't know what they're doing, and they're escalating every situation instead of de-escalating any situation.
Right.
So one of the things that Kelly put in his bill limits agents' ability to wear masks.
Yeah. Which I agree with, by the way. I mean, are there times a mask might be necessary?
Undercover.
Yeah, undercover, absolutely there are. But not every day, not just when you're doing your job on the street. Take your mask off. Police don't do that. FBI doesn't do that. Why do you need to have a mask on? I don't understand what's going on.
Because you're doing something you're ashamed of. I can't even say that. You should be ashamed of what you're doing. I don't think these guys are ashamed of what they're doing.
I think they're
enjoying it.
Yeah, I think they are too.
Yeah, so they're getting out of their car looking for a fight.
So there's a House version of this bill, and Senator Kelly adds a few things to it. Stricter requirements when you're using deadly force, and he basically is just implementing a Department of Justice standard that's already in place for when deadly force is appropriate. A mandate that officers are trained to administer first aid. Kind of amazing they don't have that already.
Well, the guy who shot the lady in the face and called her an effing B went right down the street after he shot her in the face 3 times.
Yeah,
and didn't administer anything.
No, looked in the car and then walked away.
Right, he didn't care at all.
And then also prohibiting the agency from obstructing state or local investigations of excessive force. So, we talked about this the other day. If a state wants to investigate any law enforcement officer or federal officer who does something illegal in their state, they can do that. Mm-hmm. But what ICE is doing right now is blocking it entirely. They won't give the state any evidence, any information, nothing. The other thing they're talking about is just having more accountability for what they're doing, having a higher standard for use of deadly force. This is, I think, things that most people do: limiting the face mask, and then telling cities in advance where operations are going to take place.
Let's go into that.
Okay.
Prior notice for communities when operations will take place. Like, before this version of ICE, I would say that's insane. You can't do that. You can't warn people. How are you supposed? Why would you warn people?
The idea is you're going to warn the city, you're going to warn the police department, and I think what ICE would come back and say is if we do that,
everybody's going to know we're coming.
They're going to report it, right? I mean, we've seen that here in Arizona where, and I can't remember which one, there was a Democratic legislator who put on Twitter, there's an ICE thing going on in this part of the city. Now, she just happened to drive by and see it. She wasn't informed. And people freaked out that she had done that. It was completely illegal to do that, by the way. But if ICE starts letting politicians know or governments know, and the government puts it out and makes it public, that kind of ruins the whole operation that they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, in normal times, which we are not in, I mean, we're in the upside down.
Yeah.
In normal times, I would say giving communities notice of when we're going to come by, no way. Can't do that. I don't think you can do that.
Yeah.
Because then you don't get, listen, ICE is there to arrest illegal immigrants. The problem is they're just tossing around American citizens. And they're getting, there's no blowback. The government is 100% behind you guys.
Yeah. No, this is...
By the way, do you see how many women they pull out?
Yeah.
Wow, it is amazing if you look at the ratio. I'd like to see a guy who's totally, stacked. I'd like to see one of those ICE guys take that guy out of a car. Now, they took a disabled lady out of the car. Yesterday, they shot, pepper spray into a car. There's a baby in the car and 5 kids. They all went to the hospital. This is what they're doing. But again, Senator Kelly, this thing's not going to go anywhere. Nobody's going to pass this. Trump's not going to sign it.
Yeah, no. Well, certainly
so
not
what
now.
do you do it for?
Well, you're right. I mean, you do it because you say you're doing something. You're trying to do something. So we'll see. Look, there's a midterm election here. There could be things in the House now where these sort of bills actually get a hearing in the House. They put them to a vote. Maybe some Republicans vote for it. At least there's a hearing. Things can start to happen. But right now, no, nothing's going to. This will never see the light of day.
All right. Well, I mean, there's some stuff in it. There's some stuff I didn't like in it. The prior notice, yeah. But anyway.
All right.
Okay. Coming up next is every sport on some level, every sport that you watch on some level rigged.
No. Big news today.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about that big news coming up next. Hey, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We are just a few weeks away from install. My wife and I went through a remodel, and we got everything done, kind of like a new kitchen and new paint, and, new floors. And after it was all done, we looked and said, wow, this is beautiful, except like those blinds that look like they've been chewed up. We have terrible blinds. They're old. They were certainly in the house before we purchased, maybe, 13, 14 years ago. Most of them don't work, and they're just ugly. And it's like we just did a remodel. So I went on a fact-finding mission to find the absolute best in town, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Every time I ask somebody, hey, why don't you check out Southwest Blinds and Shutters? And so that's exactly what I did. I went to one of their 3 showrooms. They're terrific over there. They walk you through everything. And they say, how about we send over someone and it'll be free consultation. So we did that. And we're going to transform our space. Do what I'm doing. Hire Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Go do a little research. Go check them out at southwestblinds.com.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When nearly 800 Google reviews tell the same story, it means something. At Dolphin Pools, our reviews all say the same thing. They love their Dolphin Pool. See hundreds of 5-star reviews from Arizona homeowners. We build beautiful pools with care, quality, and value you can trust. Right now, Dolphin Pools is holding 2025 prices. So buy now, save, and swim by summer. Plus, get a free travertine upgrade. Real reviews, real quality, real backyard transformations. Visit dolphinpools.us.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Protesters turned violent in Minneapolis after another ICE-involved shooting. Homeland Security officials say a Venezuelan national fled a targeted traffic stop, and after ICE agents caught up with him, they were confronted by two men nearby, armed with a shovel and a broom handle. The Venezuelan man was shot and wounded. Well, now President Trump is threatening to invoke an 1807 law to beat back demonstrators who want ICE out of their city. ABC's Faith Abube is in Minneapolis with more.
And as some 3,000 federal agents roam the city, pulling some from their cars, many were frightened. And this interaction,
where were you born?
Recorded by resident Nimka Omar, a look at what it's like to be questioned.
Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I don't need an ID to walk around in my city. This is my city.
Okay, do you have some ID then, please?
I don't need it.
If not, we're going to put you in the vehicle and we're going to ID you.
I am U.S. citizen.
All right, can we see an ID, please?
I am U.S. citizen.
She refused to show identification, and eventually they left.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on State Route 51 southbound near Greenway Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 99th Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
We have the latest on the potential for ICE operations escalating in Phoenix. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15.
All right, welcome back. It's the As Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. I'm Barry Markson in for Bruce today. Thanks for being with us. And if you didn't see this today, my goodness, another sports gambling fiasco. This one's bad. It involves college basketball, so it's not even the pros.
Okay.
And there's just so much betting now, Gatos, right? I mean, you can bet online. There's casinos in states. And they've arrested over 20 college basketball players, and then plus on top of that a bunch of gamblers.
Wow!
And they're basically saying that these players,
it's point shaving.
It's point shaving. They're fixing the games. They're setting the points. They're doing things that, if you know what they're going to do to get the score where you need it to be, you can make the bet and make a lot of money. I mean, it's pretty amazing. So and some of these guys, by the way, they played this week. I mean, some are former players. This has gone on for the last 2 years. This investigation. But this is it's really bad. 39 players from more than 17 teams attempted to fix at least 29 different college basketball games over the last 2 seasons, and this follows other things we've seen in basketball. We've seen it in football. I mean, this is an ongoing problem, and it's funny. For years, the leagues and colleges, everybody said we're trying to stay away from gambling. Remember, they wouldn't even go to Las Vegas. They wouldn't let a pro team play in Las Vegas, and they were really freaked out about all the gambling. They didn't even like fantasy football and stuff when it first started because they thought of it was like it was gambling.
Wow.
And everyone was like, oh, come on, it'll be fine. I have to tell you, you're starting to see some issues with it now. And the weirdest part for me is a lot of these basketball players are like pros now. They're getting paid. I mean, but maybe not enough.
I think if you're looking for somebody to fix a game, if you're looking for somebody to go out there and not try or miss shots, you're going to look mostly. You're going to look for players who aren't very good. They not necessarily. You're playing in that level. You're pretty good. The lesser of the players, because they're not going to ever go to the NBA. They're going to be like, okay, I'm going to make my money now. I miss a shot, I make $20,000.
But
I'll do it.
But it has to be like a starter. It has to be somebody who gets a lot of minutes. It can't just be, some bench guy.
You're right.
It has to be, and they, it's funny. The ones who get caught are the ones who get silly greedy with it, where they start, you can bet nowadays on how many points someone's going to score. I mean, you can go high and low on a particular player,
right?
And those are too easy. If they start seeing big money go on that, and I have to tell you, if you're going to do this kind of stuff, pay attention. If
you're going to gamble on it,
yeah, because there's law enforcement. Well, if you're going to cheat,
you're going to cheat, okay,
because law enforcement is connected with the gambling operation. So the online gambling, the casinos, when they see large bets on particular little things, they report it to law enforcement. And then if something odd happens, they go, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? So, if you bet $25,000 on some small college basketball game and you win, they're going to look at it and say, hang on a minute, what just happened here? Whether you've like quadrupled the amount of money bet on the game overall. You know what I mean? They're going to be paying attention to that. It's not that hard to figure out.
If these leagues don't take this seriously, people will stop watching it because they'll think it is wrestling.
They'll think it's fixed.
Right. They'll think it is WWE, which I love and I watch, but I watch it because I know it's all scripted. It's all entertainment. I get it.
Yeah.
They don't say it anymore that this is real. They don't do that stuff. It's, I always say it's a television show, just like, your favorite sitcom or, your favorite movie or drama. It's all scripted. But if people start thinking, the NBA went through that scandal at the end of last year, if they, going to playing poker and the mob and, they have the X-ray glasses and they're trying to read cards and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if people start thinking, why should I go to that game?
Well,
it's going to be rigged. I want to watch something that's an actual sporting event.
Yeah. The bad part is the vast majority of athletes aren't doing any of this stuff. They're playing it clean and normal. But people start to, now you miss a shot and everyone's like, are you doing this on purpose? You know what I mean? Like it's not a good thing for the sport. It's not a good thing for the real athletes.
It'll kill the sport.
Yeah, but it's bad for the real athletes, the ones who are trying hard and are playing hard every day and want to win.
Is there a big enough punishment if you are found? I'll give you an example. Like Pete Rose was banned for betting on baseball. Okay, I think that's kind of stupid. I know that back then that was the number one thing you couldn't do, and he shouldn't have done it. Get it? But and he was banned. Like, can you do anything other than that? I mean,
well, that was a pretty big thing. He was banned. Huge. He was banned from baseball. He didn't get to the Baseball Hall of Fame, which was a big thing for him.
Right.
But
how do you punish somebody for gambling in this day and age?
It's illegal. These people have been arrested.
Is it jail? Then it's jail time.
Yeah, I mean they're facing felonies. These are I don't know how much bigger you can get it than that. Yeah. And then the sports, they do take it seriously. The leagues, and they are banning these people. They're suspending them. They're done. So if it's taken very seriously, but the issue is that the betting is so widespread now. It's everywhere and it's legal.
It's easy.
You can bet legally, right? It used to be. Now, part of this you have to say though. It's easier to bet. It's more public. They're talking to law enforcement. In the old days, you could make a bet with a bookie. Nobody knew about it. Nobody reported anything.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Illegal too.
You could still do this. You have to go back a ways. I have to find the year, but ASU had this with Fat Lever, and they had players who were point fixing and setting up the games. It was
a point shaving scandal.
It happened years and years ago. So it's not all right now, but it's certainly more now.
Headache Smith.
Yeah, that's right. You remember that? Man,
did I get the name right?
Yeah,
it was
I think
a long time ago.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
Hey,
Barry is in for Bruce. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos coming up next. We got the big 6 o'clock hour. Have grocery prices actually gone up since the start of the year? How could they go up? All right. We'll talk about it next.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. While the rest of the country is bundling up, we are spending more and more time outdoors in our perfect weather. Let Creative Environments transform your outdoor space. How about a custom fire pit or an elegant outdoor fireplace? Creative Environments build spaces where stories are shared and memories are made, especially on those crisp desert nights. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work they do. You're going to love the results. You'll love being outside. creativeenvironments.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The Arizona One Big Beautiful Bill has passed the state legislature, and KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live in the News Center with the details.
State Rep Justin Olson says it will deliver more than $1 billion in tax cuts over 3 years.
And I think it's important to note that we have a state budget that is in excess of $17 billion. This is a $441 million tax relief package.
Governor Hobbs said in a statement yesterday, if Republicans want to give a $1 billion tax break for the wealthy, they must show how they will pay for it without slashing vital services. Hobbs has proposed a much smaller tax cut plan and does not plan to take action on the legislation today. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Protesters turned violent in Minneapolis after another ICE-involved shooting. And now President Trump is threatening to invoke an 1807 law to beat back demonstrators who want ICE out of the city. Here's ABC's Faith Abube in Minneapolis with more.
New protests in the Twin Cities after the second ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis in a week. And now President Trump is threatening to send in military troops. Overnight, an ICE agent shot and wounded Venezuelan national Julio Cesar Sosa Celis. Homeland Security officials say Celis fled to a nearby home during a targeted traffic stop. And during the struggle, 2 men came out of the home and attacked the agent with a shovel and a broom handle. All 3 men are now in custody.
A new bill from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly looks at oversight on federal immigration agents.
The Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act includes multiple changes to current rules, including limiting face coverings, requiring notification of upcoming immigration operations, and additional requirements governing the use of deadly force. Kelly tells our TV partners at ABC 15 that with a budget larger than the Marine Corps, he believes immigration and custom enforcement needs to be held to a higher standard.
Is this the ICE that we want as a country? That looks like a paramilitary force? Or is it a police force that is enforcing immigration law?
The legislation comes after a second shooting involving ICE officers this week in Minnesota, where ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Maricopa County confirms its first measles case of the year, and health specialists say the best way to protect yourself is with vaccination. Maricopa County Department of Public Health's Dr. Nick Staub says vaccination is particularly important for measles because of how easily the disease can spread.
Very easy to catch just by being in the same space as someone who is infectious with measles. You can even be infected with measles up to 2 hours after the infectious person has left that area.
Symptoms typically appear about 7 to 14 days after exposure and can include a runny nose, diarrhea, fever, or full body rash. Staub says if you think you have measles, it's important to self-isolate and seek medical attention. But he adds, call ahead before you go to the doctor to prevent potentially spreading the disease.
Eyes on Education.
The Cartwright School District in West Phoenix voted last night to switch their school schedule from a 4-day week back to a 5-day week next year. Cartwright Superintendent Steve Watson says teacher vacancies are expected.
And we did do a survey where teachers and staff said that some of them won't come back if we return to 5 days.
The change will require an additional $5 million, which Watson says will come from restricting the district office and pulling from other areas. You can read more Education Solution stories at KTAR.com/education. And as we take a look at Wall Street today, the Dow finished up 292 points, closing out the day at 49,442. S&P was up 17 and the NASDAQ rose 48. If you need more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check on the road home now. Here is Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway, Scottsdale, with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway, southbound near Via Linda. A look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 99th Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low right around 53 degrees. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be right around 77 each day. And currently in Glendale, it's 75. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, third hour of the show.
Oh, the third hour. Many people say it's the best hour.
Barry Markson is in for Bruce.
He's crushing it.
And Barry is crushing it, as he just said. Goodness gracious. Can you imagine coming on the air? You know what? Last 2 hours, crushed it.
Many people are saying best 2 hours ever.
Many people are saying Barry is crushing it.
You're doing okay, too.
Well, I'm just, what can I do? Hey, let's talk a little economy.
All right.
You've heard of the K-shaped economy.
I have.
So it's like you have, well-to-do, and then you've got people that are low earners and they're struggling, and it's kind of like, it's the K and all that.
Yeah, the top part of the K is going up, and the bottom part of the K is going down.
Okay. We know that grocery prices actually are getting more expensive at the start of the year. So what are we looking for in 2026? There's an article out from the New York Times. Cracks begin to appear in the nation's biggest banks.
Uh-oh.
Bank of America, Citi, J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo released some earnings that not great. And so, again, I'm not pushing the panic button. I don't want people to get scared. I'm not like, it's an economy. We're dealing with what's in front of us. Job market was awful last year. Terrible. I think, how many jobs did we create? 500,000, a little over. Terrible. December was awful.
Yeah.
All right. So, what are we looking at this year? Are we looking at the grocery prices going down? I don't think so, because they're all going up. I mean, if you look at some of these prices, man, it's like coffee at one point. Well, this has gone down. Coffee's only up 22%. It's actually down.
Yeah. Well, Trump has reduced the tariff on coffee a little bit now, because he's actually getting worried about this affordability crisis that he says is a hoax, but he's trying to do stuff with it. The beef price is a big reason for that, is we get a lot of beef from Brazil. And Trump has a 50% tariff on Brazil.
Oh.
Not because our trade deficit with them is big. It's not.
Right.
It's the inverse of that. But because he didn't like that they put the former president who tried to overthrow an election result, they put him in prison. They had a trial, and he lost, and he's in prison now. Trump doesn't like that.
No.
So he's literally punishing, or trying to punish Brazil to let this guy out by tariffing Brazil, which is hurting us.
Sirloin steak up 15% from end of last year into this year.
Prices are up.
Yeah, grocery, ground beef is up 15%.
It's interesting because, the idea of the tariffs is, hey, let's use beef as an example.
Okay.
We're going to make it more expensive to bring beef in from other countries, and that will help our local ranchers and people who produce beef locally. But guess what? If you bring in less beef, less supply, more demand, prices go up. Do you think the Americans who are producing beef, you think they go, we're going to keep our prices down. We're not going to go to the market price. No, they're going to. Dude, I would do the same thing. If someone wants to pay me more money for whatever it is I produce or the service I provide, I will take that money. And everybody does that. That's our system. So the Americans aren't saying, hey, prices will be lower and we get to have more business. They say, this is awesome. Less international competition, prices are higher, and we get the benefit of that price. That's what's going on here.
U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics show the prices of chicken breast, potato chips, orange juice increased by more than 3% between January and December of 2025. The biggest jumps were ground beef, 17%, and coffee.
Yep. That's exactly right. And then now gas prices seem lower right now.
Gas prices are really good right now.
But I will tell you, a year ago today, they were about the same. I know it seems odd because they went up for a little while, but the national gas price a year ago today was $2.83 a gallon.
Okay.
And today, it's a year later, it's $2.81 a gallon. It's
good.
It's gone down 2 cents, but it had gone up a little bit. Now it's come back down. So I notice it at the pump. See, the gas prices, it gets everybody, right? Because you buy gas all the time. You're there weekly, and you see the price. And I look, is it up? Is it down? Is it up? Is it down?
Right.
It's incredible.
AAA Arizona statewide average, $2.96 a gallon.
Man. I think it's cheaper than that at Costco right now.
20 cents lower than a month ago.
It's great.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. You get a refinery that needs to, go through some fixes, shoots right back up.
Yeah.
So you take it, you take the gas prices when they're good and you enjoy it. But don't we own all the oil in the world now? We have Venezuela,
US,
right?
We produce a lot of it ourselves.
Are we taking any of that oil yet? Let's take the oil,
we
right?
have. Trump just sold several $100 million worth of oil, but he's pumping the money into Venezuela because they're about to collapse.
Oh, okay.
They got to have some money in that place, Gatos.
Yeah, I just want to know if
it's communist over there. They don't work. The government gives them money.
Is our gas price is going to go even lower because now we own Venezuela?
Well, but we're not. They don't produce enough gas. They don't produce enough oil, so it's not going to help.
Let's get that thing going over there. We just took their president out.
And if we bomb Iran, all bets are off. I don't know what's going to happen there. By the way, did you see that Israel and the Arab states, our allies there, all said don't bomb Iran?
Do it.
They don't want to do it. They're actually afraid that if they do it and something happens with it, the Saudis are afraid oil prices will go down more, and they don't want that. They like oil prices a little higher.
So Israel and who else?
Saudi Arabia and other the Emirates. A lot of the
what's their reasoning though?
Well, Israel, I think mostly they're afraid that if the U.S. bombs Iran is going to lash out by bombing a lot of countries around them. So I think they're worried about that.
Okay.
And I think they're afraid of what it does with oil. They actually think that if they go and the sanctions are taken off Iranian oil, it'll flood more oil into the market, which will lower prices in the long term. But I will tell you the biggest issue is for Trump, I think, is that his military is telling him that like a one-stop attack isn't going to cripple this regime, right? The Iranian folks, they're in there deep, and they know that if this goes under, a lot of them are going to be killed. They're going to be arrested. It's not going to be pretty for them. So they're going to do everything they can to hold on. They're killing people in there.
It's awful.
They do an internet blackout. They've completely shut down the internet, trying to keep people from
being connected,
but also just trying to plan to get more people to show up at these things. It's going to be interesting. The United States, not just Trump, in other times when Iran has had these protests, the president or whoever has said, we will support you, we'll be there, and then we never are. And part of you wants to be there for them, right? Like you have people here who want freedom. They want to get out from under this incredible dictatorship and this regime they have to live under. You want to help them, but here's the other side of that. What comes out on the other side? We don't know. We don't know what's, we like to think, we get rid of these people, it'll be a democracy, it'll be wonderful, they'll love the United States.
Doesn't work.
We don't know that.
Nah, we've never done well with that.
Yeah.
We've got to let the people overturn the government.
But the people can't because the people with the guns are in the government. They have a huge amount of weapons, a huge amount of power, and the people don't have that.
But if we go in and we take them out and we decide we're going to put someone in, they're going to look at this guy and say, well, or gal or whatever, whoever we put in, just a puppet. That doesn't work either.
No.
None of this stuff works.
Well, it does. Here's where it works, though. So let's use Egypt as an example. So Egypt was the Arab Spring, right? They got rid of the guy who's a dictator there, not a good guy. But now it's Sisi is the general. He runs Egypt. Not a great thing. He comes down hard on his political enemies. There's a lot of bad stuff going on there. Not a lot of freedom. But guess what? Friendly with the United States. Doesn't cause us any problems. Doesn't cause Israel problems. A friend in the world. Is that better than having the Ayatollah in there, and every week it's hate America, hate Israel? It's if you get someone in there who's not a crazy person and we can deal with them, that's okay.
So if we bomb them, where are we going to bomb them?
Well,
we've already hit their nukes.
Yeah. Well,
so we don't really know how that turned out, but I'm thinking at least delayed what they were about ready to use or about ready to say, hey, we've got this.
Israel has a list of things that they didn't hit the last time. Including some ballistic missiles.
Gosh.
They've started to rebuild a lot of the missiles and things that were destroyed, so you could do that. You could bomb, where the Ayatollah is and where the government is, and you can do things to try to knock them out. The national the guard there that they have, that is the that runs everything and is the power behind it. So there's things you can do, but I don't know if you can do this without a ground invasion. I don't know if you can do it without boots on the ground, and we don't want to do that.
Nope.
So,
I don't want boots on the ground, and I don't want regime change. We don't do regime change well at all.
You have to have look, the best thing is to have the people uprising so much, and what you need is someone on the inside. You need a big general to say, hey, we're going to get rid of this.
Yeah.
I always wonder,
we'll take over.
Maybe I think more of myself than the reality of it is, but it actually makes you impressed with George Washington even more. George Washington was so impressive that he did not keep power as a king. He could have been a king. People wanted him to be the king.
Yep.
And he said, I'm leaving. I'm done now. Thank you. And there's people in Iran who really could overthrow this thing and say, we're gonna get everything stable. We're going to have an election. We're going to open this up to the people. We're going to have a democracy here in Iran.
Women rights. We're not going to kill gay people.
And no one will do it. Because they're in power. They're doing well. They have money. Nobody wants to give that up. It's crazy.
All right. Still to come. Who's got the measles in Phoenix? What happened here? So, I listened to Becky Lynn earlier today, and I'm like, okay, no, it's not an outbreak, but we got a dude who's got measles in the valley.
Yes.
And Barry is worried. I'm a germaphobe and a hypochondriac. I'm not worried. You're worried. And
I'm worried.
Barry's going to tell us why. It's all coming up next. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Let's talk about your water inside of your home. You should get what I have had for so many years, Aquazona Connecticut. Aquazona Connecticut. They get a couple offers out there that are fantastic. Let's start off with they're offering you $500 off a twin tank Connecticut whole home water softener. That's the system I have. All right. So if you want that, $500 off. It's super convenient to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go buy bottled water. I mean, your coffee will taste better. Your food will start tasting better. You got purified drinking water. Your family doesn't have to drink chlorine and heavy metals and microplastics and forever chemicals. Connecticut Aquazona cleans all that out. Another offer they have, if you want the K5 drinking water station, you can own it for $26 a month. $26 a month. That deal is good in January. We're halfway through. Call them today. 602-910-6570. Make sure you tell them Gato sent you. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump met with Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado at the White House. This comes weeks after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and brought him to the U.S. to face charges. Machado says she presented President Trump with the Nobel Peace Prize that she won for trying to bring democracy to Venezuela. A White House official confirms to ABC News that President Trump did accept the Nobel Peace Prize. ABC's Rachel Scott has more.
After President Trump captured Venezuela's former president, Nicolas Maduro, he was asked if Machado should lead the new Venezuela, considering her party says they won 80% of the vote in the last election.
Well, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country.
Since then, he has praised Venezuela's new acting president, Maduro's former second-in-command, Delcy Rodriguez. Our Mary Bruce asking the president,
how was the meeting with Machado?
Great. Machado clearly hoping giving Trump her Nobel Peace Prize will help her cause.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. State Route 51 southbound near Greenway Road. A look into our surface streets. Sun City with a crash on 99th Avenue and Del Webb Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, if you're out in Litchfield Park, you're awesome. Thanks for listening to the big show. All right, so Bruce is out today. We've got Barry Markson in. So I'm on my way to work. I throw on the radio station. We got measles in Maricopa County.
Measles in the county.
Hey, Becky Lynn, how did we find out that this guy had measles?
I guess he had a rash on his body, and he went to the doctor, and he had a blood test, and they said, buddy,
I don't like that.
He'd been traveling and came back
Internationally,
sick.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nope, just over to Texas.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Goodness, I was like,
Well,
okay.
But that's where there's outbreaks.
That's right.
Yeah.
The big outbreak in Texas.
So what are the symptoms? You just get that big blotch on you? Is that all? I mean, it's awful, but
it can
You get fever, you throw up. I mean, you're sick. It's sick, and then plus you itch all over.
Kind of like you right now, Gatos.
No. Okay, so what are the symptoms? Do we know that?
Seriously, it's kind of like you would have the
You have the
flu.
flu, except
You
you-
might have diarrhea.
you
You
turn
might
red.
have fever, and you would break out with
Ugh.
red splotches all
Oh,
over your body and
gosh.
itch like crazy, and feel miserable.
You can get sick. People are
It's-
hospitalized
you can
with
be
it.
very sick. It can kill you. It can be deadly.
You can die. That's exactly right.
All right. So Okay, so here's a question, and I don't know if you guys have it. Because the great questions pop into my head in the middle of the show, and I didn't do the research for it. When's the last time we had a measles case in Phoenix?
Oh, I think we've had them even last year.
Last year.
Yeah, this is the first one this year.
So what's the big deal?
Well, look, it's not an outbreak here. We've had outbreaks in towns on the border. I think with Utah, we've had outbreaks in other parts of the country.
Correct.
But the big deal is that, first of all, it's super contagious, right, Becky Lynn? I mean,
Yes,
if you're
very.
90% of people, if you're exposed to it, you're going to get it.
If someone has measles and they're in a room, and you come into that room after them, it's even 2 hours after they've been in there.
Yeah.
You can possibly catch it.
The measles germs party and they like hanging out.
Yes,
so
they
I
do.
would guess that, like at the airport, this is where you.
Oh my goodness.
Because we've had reports of people going through the airport, and they say, wasn't one Sky Harbor? I thought was there one?
Yeah,
last
well,
year?
just on an airplane. Imagine somebody gets on an airplane with it. Like this guy was traveling. Imagine he had it on the way back. Everybody on that plane's done now.
That's right. Everybody's been exposed.
And here's the problem.
But if they're vaccinated, they're mostly like, okay.
Well, you think so, or if you've had it before, you've built up the antibodies. You can
you
be
get it
okay.
twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's the issue.
All right.
Is that people who are before vaccination, so if you're not vaccinated, most likely you had it, but if you didn't, that can be dangerous. And also when they started doing the vaccines, the first vaccine from like 1963 to 1968, it wasn't necessarily the best vaccine. It was made with an inactivated form of the virus. It wasn't as good, and it's not. It doesn't stay in your system. So for people who were born between 63 and 68 and maybe had the vaccine then, you need to. You don't need to, but you may want to, next time you're at the doctor and you're getting blood work done, have them check that. Because if it's not there, you may need a booster. You may need another measles shot.
I got checked a few years ago just to be on the safe side because it was when they first started talking about how we were seeing these outbreaks again. They were starting to really worry about the herd immunity faltering. And I was at the doctor. I said, just check, make sure I'm still got that immunity. And it was just a blood test.
Because if you have it, if you don't have the immunity and you're exposed to someone with the measles now you can get the measles.
Yes.
And it's dangerous for older people. It's not, most kids get it. They're going to be sick. They're going to lie in bed. They're going to eat ice cream, and then they're going to be okay.
Miserable, though.
Some that, by the way, I don't want to minimize it. No. We've had kids die recently with the measles.
Well, kids can die for the flu, too.
Yes. Yes. So the killer, though, is that this is just so avoidable.
Of course.
Gatos.
It was eradicated, in 2000?
Yeah.
I mean, no one was getting this.
No. And it was gone. And the only reason it's back now is conspiracy theories and frankly, stupid people. It's people are overthinking stuff. Get the vaccine. You don't get the measles. It doesn't do anything to hurt you. It's fine. They've been giving the measles, these vaccines, the mumps and measles, the rubella.
Been tested for
They've been
so
giving it for
long.
decades and decades and decades. You're fine. And it just,
well,
it's so bad.
Arizona had 220 measles cases last year.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you, it's going to start going up because you're going to have, there's more and more people not getting vaccinated now. So you have more kids who are going to be exposed to it. You're going to have kids going into schools where some kids going to get the measles, and you're going to have 20% of the kids haven't been vaccinated, and they're going to get it, and they're going to take it home to mom and grandma and grandpa, and it's going to start to be more and more of an issue.
And you're going to miss a ton of school.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to overdo it. People used to get the measles, and they survive. It's the vast majority of people will be okay. But it's just something that's so avoidable, and you don't have to miss a week of school or
longer,
or a week of work, and it's just, why do this?
Just like there's a chicken pox vaccine you can get too. Yeah. We all went through the chicken pox most likely as kids, and you don't have to your kid doesn't have to go through that.
Yeah, that's exactly
I remember it. It was miserable, and it's like, okay, go get the vaccine, and your kid won't go through it. Oh well, we lived through it. They'll live through it. Okay, fine. Your kid's going to be miserable for a few weeks. You really want that? You could avoid it with the vaccine.
And why not get the vaccine?
Why not?
That's
Who
the
knows?
part that's so crazy.
Some people are very just anti-vaccine after COVID.
Oh, they were anti-vaccine before COVID.
I'm sure.
It's just blowing up since that time.
Right.
Silly.
All right, so we got one case of the measles.
Yes.
In Maricopa
County.
All right. Well, don't let that guy out of the hospital until he's fine.
All right.
Oh, crying out loud.
Lock him down.
All right, coming up next. You're Latino. You live in Arizona. You're starting to carry your papers around. We'll talk about it next.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Aria is going to help you regain the quality of life that you deserve. So you have broken teeth. It's been like that for a while, maybe. Maybe you know somebody in your family that has missing teeth. Tell them about Aria Dental Implant Center. Tell them about Dr. Joe. Tell them, go check it out at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I'm just going to send you to the best place. This is all about your health. And so go and experience the Aria difference because a couple things. They've got the best surgeon in town, and Dr. Joe, who will sit down with you and talk to you about what to expect. They've got a world-class, state-of-the-art facility. Never seen anything like it. I've toured it. It's unbelievable. And they also have the best prices because they're a local company. They don't have all this overhead where all these big national companies have. Go see my good friend, Dr. Joe. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Hi, Jamie West here. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has been serving Arizona seniors for years, and they know one of the best things about the holidays is spending extra time with family and friends, some you may not have seen in a while. If you notice changes in your mom, dad, or loved one, maybe they need a little more help or to be more active and make new friends. See how special Beatitudes Campus is. Schedule a tour at beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. A new bill from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly looks at oversight on federal immigration agents.
The Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act includes multiple changes to current rules, including limiting face coverings, requiring notification of upcoming immigration operations, and additional requirements governing the use of deadly force. Kelly tells our TV partners at ABC 15 that with a budget larger than the Marine Corps, he believes immigration and custom enforcement needs to be held to a higher standard.
Is this the ICE that we want as a country? That looks like a paramilitary force? Or is it a police force that is enforcing immigration law?
The legislation comes after a second shooting involving ICE officers this week in Minnesota, where ICE has said its agents have acted in self-defense. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Cartwright School District in West Phoenix voted last night to switch their school schedule from a 4-day week back to a 5-day week next year. Cartwright Superintendent Steve Watson says teacher vacancies are expected.
And we did do a survey where teachers and staff said that some of them won't come back if we return to 5 days.
The change would require an additional $5 million, which Watson says will come from restricting the district office and pulling from other areas. To read more Education Solution stories, you can go to ktar.com/education. Maricopa County confirms its first measles case of the year.
Dr. Staub tells KTAR News the case was in an adult male who was believed to have picked up the disease while traveling overseas.
Most likely that is how they were exposed to measles. However, they were not traveling while they were infectious with measles, so there's no threat to other travelers.
Staub says the Maricopa County Health Department is working with agencies to notify people who may have been exposed. Measles symptoms include fever, cough, runny noses, and a full body rash. The case comes amid an ongoing outbreak of cases in the valley that began in early 2025. Staub says the best way to protect yourself from the disease and its worst effects is to get vaccinated. William Padmore, KTAR News.
And in sports, the Phoenix Suns are in Detroit tonight taking on the Pistons. It's halftime and the Suns are up 63-56. You can catch the action right now on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Also new today, 17 college basketball players are facing charges in an alleged point shaving scheme that federal prosecutors say ran from September 2022 to February of 2025. Here's ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky with more.
Here comes Cross into the front court. Went behind his back, lost it.
For 3 years, federal prosecutors say some college basketball games around the country were fixed.
In the corner to Caresi.
Dozens of Division I players are charged with taking bribes from sports bettors to lose on purpose.
Sports brought to you tonight by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's get a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Peoria with debris blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound, approaching the US 60 Grand Avenue transition. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the intersection. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound, near Alma School Road. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound, near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Never take the lights off the roof again. Install AZ Trim Light this January and save 20%. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Not feeling very January-like here in the Valley. Overnight low 53. Then tomorrow through Sunday, we're looking for high temperatures solidly in the mid-70s, about 77 degrees each day. Currently it's 69 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We have the latest on the potential for ICE operations escalating in Phoenix. We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15.
All right, welcome back. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Barry Markson in for Bruce here with Gatos. Thanks for being here. You heard that from Broomhead. ICE might be coming to Phoenix next. And we're watching them right now in Minneapolis, and this is not good. The protesters are there, and ICE just today fired pepper balls into the crowd. They're just protesting. They're not knocking anything down. They're not vandalizing anything. They're not attacking anybody. And they fired pepper balls in it and then rushed the crowd and started tackling people and arresting them. These are just American protesters. That's it. And I have to tell you, this is so unconstitutional what's going on right now. You have a right to protest. Yep. Whether you're on the right or the left, you have a constitutional right to protest. You have free speech. You're allowed to congregate. You're allowed to do these things. And there's nothing they're doing that is illegal. Now, if they're getting too close to a building, if they're doing something violent, if they're doing something to damage property, that's different. Mm-hmm. But that's not what was happening today. And I have to tell you, this should be alarming to anyone. Just like when we used to watch in Portland and Seattle, what are those? The anti-fascist people. They were what they were doing was ridiculous, and the police didn't do anything about it. It was over the top.
Sure,
but they have a right. Everybody has a right to peacefully protest. And what's going on right now are peaceful protests over what's happening in Minnesota with ICE, and what these ICE people just did it's alarming. This is something that we should all be concerned about. We all want to protect the Constitution and all of our rights.
The reason ICE is acting more violent is because they're trying to provoke a response. This is the whole point. They're not there to arrest illegal immigrants. They are there to make a mess. They are there to cause chaos. Remember, this is not the ICE of old. Not even close. This is not your local law enforcement.
Yeah.
Not even close. These are mostly new hires of guys who are angry at the world and decided, I'm going to get a $50,000 bonus for my favorite president, and I'm just going to go and mess with people. And that's exactly what you're seeing.
It's
exactly what you're seeing.
It's alarming, and what you're getting is a government right now, because the budget for ICE has just grown by so much just now because of the big beautiful bill. The budget for ICE is more than the FBI, the CIA, ATF, all those other the drug enforcement, DEA, all of them combined. ICE is more than that, and they're paying people huge bonuses. They're not doing any background checks. They're not looking to see who's coming in. There was a thing yesterday. This liberal writer for Slate who has been writing against ICE. She hates ICE.
Hates Trump.
If you just put her name in the Google thing, it pops right up. Yeah. And they sent her an offer.
Sure they did.
They gave her a job.
Yeah.
It's insane what they're doing. So no background checks. They're letting everybody in. Instead of 5 or 6 months of training, they're giving them 47 days. Why 47 days? Because Trump is the 47th president, and somebody thought that would be cute.
Boy.
And so they're not training people. And then on top of that, you're making these ICE guys do things that even those who were there before weren't trained to do. They're not trained to do traffic stops. They're not trained for.
They're not supposed to pull you over for a traffic stop.
And for mob, for riots or for people peaceful protesting. That's not their training. So
they're not de-escalating situations. No. They're escalating the situation, like what you just said with. You have, and again, some of these protesters aren't being peaceful. We understand that. I mean, they're certainly not perfect either.
No.
But in what we just witnessed, it's like you've got all these people that are very far back. They're not in ICE's face. They're saying bad things. They're allowed to do that. They're not throwing stuff. And ISIS just looks at him and goes, yeah, we're gonna mess with you before maybe you throw something. And so they get violent. Last night, ICE tear gassed a car.
Yeah.
And it had an African-American family, 5 kids and a 6-month-old. And all the kids had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
And that guy was just trying to get out of the neighborhood. Again, if you're doing something wrong, if you're breaking the law, if you're getting up and, if you're pushing at them, you can't touch these guys.
No.
Even though they're not real officers.
Look, and sometimes they are. They're faced with assault. They're faced with people attacking them. That's a different story.
Put down on the ground.
And you deserve it.
There are plenty of people that are getting, they're carrying around what, I don't know what it's called, but they cut you out of your seatbelt. So they're making you they're trying to open your door, they're making you roll the window down, and then they're cutting your seatbelt and they're dragging you through the window.
Yeah.
And really, for anybody that think that's okay, you need a lesson.
Yeah, and if you're
in the Constitution,
and if you're hearing this
and in American history,
and if you're hearing what Gatos just said, and you're like, I'm not seeing that. All I'm seeing is protesters who are yelling right in their face and getting in their face and all that stuff. Take a second and do a search online or in your social media of ICE and protesters, or ICE stops, traffic stops, or ICE. Find some different things, because if you're only watching one side or the other, you're not seeing the other. If you're only watching MSNBC and you're only seeing the bad stuff ICE does, look at Fox News also. Go online and watch some of the things where protesters are getting in people's faces and they are doing things that are over the top and should be stopped. But the other side of it is you have to make sure you're not just seeing protesters getting in ICE faces. You want to see some of the things that we're talking about that ICE is doing that are just frankly blatantly unconstitutional.
Yeah, they're thugs,
and we have to.
They're not law enforcement.
We need to speak out about it. Whatever side you're on, if you're a constitutionalist, if you believe in the Constitution of the United States and the rights that it provides,
patriot.
if you believe in the rights that the Constitution affords us, then you should be standing up for those rights, regardless if you agree with someone's politics or not.
So yesterday, during the 5 o'clock face-off, we had Luis Acosta in. He is a DACA recipient. He was brought here by his parents, who are still here illegally. They've been in the country for over 30 years. And as he said, they pay their taxes and they have business and they do what they're asked to do and go to their appointments and all that kind of stuff. Here's a little of the back and forth.
In the Latino community here, are people who are citizens, people who are here legally, are people walking around with their papers, with their passports and other things? Are they concerned about just being pulled over because they look or sound Hispanic?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. My stepson, he's 18 years old. He's a sophomore at ASU. He's darker than I am. And we told him, you have to carry your passport now.
Wow.
Because you will be racially profiled. My father-in-law, who's darker than I am, who's a U.S. citizen, and his wife both actively carry their passports in their car along with their naturalization documents.
And this is new.
This is new.
Holy cow.
Yeah. This is, we both talked about this. We have Hispanic friends who are literally making sure they carry their passport or passport card with them now, because if they get pulled over, they don't want to get dragged out of the car. They don't want to have to do that. They don't want to give up their rights and have to produce paperwork.
You have the right to say absolutely nothing.
Right. If you get pulled over, then you have the right to. They can ask you the question. They're allowed to ask you the question. A police department is not, but they're allowed to ask you the question. But you don't have to answer. You don't have to provide. You don't have to provide any information to them, and they really can't do anything. They should walk away. Unless they have probable cause, unless they have some reasonable suspicion that you're in the country illegally.
If you don't have your papers, they will drag you away.
Yeah.
The majority of videos that I've seen is just them asking, you have an accent. Are you from America?
Yeah. And this
going up to a gas station, a guy filling his tank up. I need your ID. No, you don't. Well, I think you're here illegally. Why?
Yeah.
Just because I have brown skin? Yes. Hey, it's all on video. You can just go and watch it. It's real simple.
That's not enough.
Yeah. It's called the internet, folks. You can go look at it.
But I will tell you, Trump is saying today that he may invoke the insurrection clause and the Insurrection Act. And if he does that, he's going to send the military into an American city. Not just the National Guard. I'm talking about Marines and the Army. He's going to send them into...
but at least they're trained.
Well, they're not trained for police.
No, but
action.
at least they're trained.
But this is bad, Gatos.
I'm not saying it's good.
We don't send in the military to U.S. cities. We don't send the military in to police our own citizens. That's what they do in third world countries. That's what dictators do. We don't do that here.
But leaving ICE, the new version of ICE, all alone. Look at what's happened. Look what's happened to our country. I'm not saying I want the military in there.
I'm saying that this is it's insane. It's a blatant. It's just. Not only is it unconstitutional, it should be something that we all say we don't want this. If you think this is okay, if you think somebody having some protests in Michigan or in Minnesota warrant the military on the ground, then get ready when the next president's a Democrat and they don't like some protest when the Tea Party people are protesting. Remember that from 10, 15 years ago?
Or they come for your guns.
Yeah, or they start
go
coming
door
for
to
your guns.
door, and they say, "Listen, we really don't like the Second Amendment.
Yeah,
hand it over."
Yeah. You're not allowed to have You're not allowed to have a semi-automatic rifle. They're going to start. If you're okay with it, if you're okay when Trump's doing it, you better be ready because it's going to come on the other side. Every time a president expands the rights of presidents, it isn't like it stops with him; it goes on to the next one too.
All right, coming up next, we get the Gatos Big Q. We'll do that in just a moment. All right, the Arizona Painting Company. Are you ready for this? This is maybe the best deal they've ever had. And I've been talking about them for 20 years. Paint your home feed your family. All right, what does that mean? Well, January, you're going to get 20% off your painting project when you mention Gatos. And when you schedule that project, okay, you get the 20% off, and you could win free groceries for a year. Wow. $100 a week in grocery gift cards, any store you want. It's the store that you choose. And all you have to do right now is text the word paint to 620-620. Text the word paint to 620-620. You want to get your house painted anyway. Get the 20% off. And then you're put in a hopper where you could actually win free groceries for a year from the Arizona Painting Company. Text the word paint to 620-620. Text the word paint to 620-620 for the Arizona Painting Company.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. When you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
KTAR News Flash.
6:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station carried out successfully. The Crew 11 left the station Wednesday and splashed down safely on Earth this morning. Here's ABC's Trevor Ault.
Their capsule lighting up the sky as they re-entered Earth's atmosphere. 2 rounds of parachutes deploying to slow the descent.
Standing by for splashdown.
And finally splashing down off the coast of San Diego.
Safe Dragon, it's so good to be home.
The crew seen smiling, safely back on Earth.
NASA says all crew members are being medically evaluated. It's not clear which astronaut experienced what medical issue, but NASA says that astronaut is doing fine.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with the disabled vehicle on the Loop 202 Santiago Freeway eastbound, approaching Dobson Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Tatum Boulevard. Peoria with debris blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound, approaching the US 60 Grand Avenue transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's head over to KTAR.com. Right side of the page, here we go. Where will American boots on the ground arrive first? Iran? Greenland? Neither. Barry, what do you think?
I think it's going to be overwhelmingly neither. I'll go with like 65% neither.
Interesting. Okay. 69% neither.
Oh, look at that.
That's interesting. I think something's going in Iran next 48 hours. I don't want boots on the ground anywhere. I don't want our troops there.
Yeah.
I don't want that at all. But I do think that Iran we're going to hit them. I don't know where, how it'll be from the air, but I know that Israel has asked Trump, please don't do it now.
Yeah, Israel's asked them not to do it. The Arab countries around there have asked them not to do it. They're worried about Iran just firing indiscriminately at them. It's going to be a little crazy. But Trump, the reporting tonight is Trump has not taken any options off the table as far as Iran. They're supposedly sending a lot of planes and warships there. We'll see what happens. But his military is also telling him it's going to have to be a sustained attack. It's going to have to be. It's not just going to be one big hit and it's over. This regime is not just going to go away quietly into the night. So we shall see. There's also been reports that the Ayatollah, I don't know if this is right or not, I'm hearing the reports that the Ayatollah has left Iran, that a lot of money has left Iran. So maybe he's hiding out so that he can make sure he still survives even if there's an attack.
I did not hear that.
So it's, again, a lot of this is, I don't want to call it rumors.
Who's harboring
reports,
that guy?
But yeah, well, that's a good question. I don't know. But so lots of questions still to go there. Gatos, did you see this, by the way?
Oh, gosh.
Over at the White House today.
Do we have to?
This woman, she won, her name's Machado. She won the Venezuelan presidential election in 2024. But the guy that was there that we've now captured, he didn't care. He stayed in office despite losing the election. Have you heard that before? But she won the Nobel Peace Prize. The Norwegians, Norway, they have the Nobel Peace Prize. It's 5 people do the voting on this.
Right.
And they said last year, 2025, that it was her, that she was the person that would win this Nobel Peace Prize.
So she was voted by the people of Venezuela to be the next president.
Yes.
She was not allowed to be the president. Okay,
right.
Got it. Yeah.
All right. And they said that what she's been doing and the fight that she's had, and by the way, she had to leave Venezuela undercover. It's a secret where she was being held. She couldn't even go to Norway originally to pick up to be there for the ceremony because they're trying to kill her. The Venezuelans and others are trying to kill her. Gosh. She snuck in and still appeared in public and got the award. Trump, very upset. He wants that Nobel Peace Prize. It's not a secret. He says he wants it.
Have you seen what's going on in Minneapolis?
No. What's happening now? Oh, what are you talking about, Trump?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's no
about the Peace Prize. Yeah.
Please give me a break.
So, but I'm going to tell you, he wants that Nobel Peace Prize. So when they just abducted and took the president of Venezuela and brought him back to the United States to sit for his crimes, a lot of people thought he would install this rightfully elected person and make her the president, but he didn't. And one of the reasons, reportedly, is that Trump was upset that she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize rather than rejecting it and saying you should give it to Donald Trump. So she came out and said, I will give it to Donald Trump. And today she went to the White House with the medal. It's a medal you get.
Right.
And she offered it to him. And she said that she offered it to him. And guess what Trump did? He accepted it. You think he did the right thing and said, no, you want. No. he accepted it. He took her Nobel Peace Prize medal and kept it, and it's in the White House now. I can't even believe I'm saying that. It doesn't mean he won the award. I mean, this is unbelievable to me.
This is what I put under the headline of I can't even comment because there's way too much other stuff. This is like in the column with the ballroom and knocking the White House wall. Like, I can't even do it. There's for me,
it's crazy.
Way more important stuff.
It just tells you so much.
It's ridiculous,
I see CNN now reporting U.S. carrier strike group is heading to the Middle East as the tension with Iran is increasing.
Something is definitely going on.
Yeah.
I saw a few minutes ago warplanes.
Yeah. Well, that'll be part of the strike group for sure. So
let's say a prayer for our troops tonight, please.
Yes.
Hey, Barry, thanks for hanging out in place of Bruce today. Appreciate it.
Great to be here, Gatos.
Hey, man. Hey, we got my super best friend, Chad Benson, up next. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting year after year, do what your neighbor Will did. He called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. We looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
Other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You find the house on a random Tuesday. You're not even planning to move yet. Then suddenly, you are. Trouble is, everything you already own is still sitting in your current home. And selling that first means showings, cleaning, timing, stress. Maybe moving twice. That's where the excitement dies. Orchard keeps the excitement alive. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you buy your next home first and you move in right away. There's no packing up twice. There's no racing the calendar. Orchard gives you cash-backed options so you can buy with confidence. And then they hand your old home to experienced local agents, pros who know your market and know how to sell using smart pricing tools and real data to help your home stand out and sell for more. Once you're settled into your new place, Orchard takes care of the rest. They handle repairs, prep the home, and list it the right way. And because Orchard's not an iBuyer, you get real choices, traditional listing, cash offer, a plan that actually fits your life. You move forward first. Your home sells for top dollar later with no stress, no anxiety, no family arguments. Find out what your home is worth with a free valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Mountainside Fitness has 25 valley-wide locations, and they've been keeping the valley healthy for 35 years. Join today with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Enjoy full-service locker rooms, free towel service, over 70 fitness classes every week, wellness amenities, interactive